Okay, let me see. Do I hear? So if I do this, desktop audio, cam, HubSpot. Let me turn this one off. Microphone. Okay, anchor work, HubSpot. Oh. Guys, quiet. Hey, guys, quiet. Quiet.
Like right in the middle here. Like, it's like, oh, so cute. And then, here. Like, it's like, oh, so cute. And then,
What the heck is happening?
like right in the middle here. Like, it's like, oh,
What the heck?
so cute. And then, like right in the middle here. Like, it's like, oh, so cute. And then, like right in the middle here.
Okay.
Like, it's like,
Oh man, I gotta figure out where
so
that audio's
cute.
coming
And
from.
then, like right in the middle here.
Okay, so I guess the open question is, if I play like a web browser, where does the sound come from? So that's something I gotta figure out. Okay, so let me turn this off. Oh, I didn't clean up. Oops. Yeah, professional streamer, Vanna. Uh-huh. Okay. All right. So, oh shoot. I wonder if I can show you guys. Hang on a second. Let me see if I can scuff this even more before I've even started. Hang on. Yeah, new camera. Let me show you. New camera and new mics. The Sigma. Since I'm spending money like it's going out of style, I might as well spend money on the stream for no reason. Prism Lens 3 will be the portable. Stop showing me this. Okay. All right. So here is my little portable Teely Bob, and the camera is not cooperating. So I think what I have to do is actually tap it. And then the mode light changes to blue, and then theoretically it's tracking me now. Okay, so then I also have this little guy, which is the receiver for, where is he? This little guy, which I believe is the same. I think Soko's got one of these and Peachy has one of these. So we're all on the same standard. So let me just put this down. Oh, did it die? I think it died. Oh no, what happened? Okay. So not bad for an amateur, not streamer. God, stupid power button. Power button. Okay, so let me see. Um, I want to get a little bit of work done. Um, oh, but this new mic, right? I was testing it earlier. I have fans going on. Actually, I think I'm not. Hang on a second. Let me see what happens here.
Like, it's like, oh, so cute. And then, ah!
Okay, let me turn this off. Okay. Have a nice week. Actually, the week was the week started off pretty bad. So, you might remember I had one of my to-dos was to move my brother from his existing care home to his new one. And then on Monday, um, so it's all been fires. So we had originally thought we would move him last week on the 7th or something, 6th or 7th. And that fell through because he can't just be at a care home. He actually needs medical attention, um, which the other care home provided because they're like, they're full service. They have like a full staff, whereas this care home is just a home. And they provide assisted living and a limited amount of services. But they can't do wound care and they can't do like medical, like prescription drug tracking and stuff like that. So basically, there's a whole checklist that the care home wanted to have all squared away before they transferred him out of their care, which I didn't know about because up until now my dad was the guardian and not me. But since I'm the last person standing, I have to figure it all out. And Pastor Annie, how's it going? Um, so since I'm the last person standing in the family, I had to figure it all out. And so come to find out, not only is my brother in a care home, he also needs medical care because he has wounds that they have to tend to, and he has prescription drugs, so they have to do good blood glucose testing. So there's a few things that they need skilled nursing for. Either a physician or a nurse, but most of the jobs are done by nurses. And then there's the staff then there are the nurses that take care of my brother's other toileting needs and bathing needs, right? The basics. So the care home can take care of that. They just can't do the medical stuff. Um, and since my brother is losing his Medicaid, we have to private pay for all of this stuff, which is why I ended up having to pay $5,000. But the bottom line thing was he needed a hospital bed. He needed a bed that can, support the back so he can sit up and then raise the legs as needed because my brother he's unable to sit up. He's really bad. So he can't sit up to eat. He can't do any of that stuff because he's not been paying attention to his physical strength, right? So they can figure out the other things, the medical things, the prescription drug things, but they can't figure out the hospital bed. So on Monday, I find out it's like, hey, we can't do this. Um, we can't do this. We need to come up with a bed. And since there's me, the old care home, and the new care home, all three of us are pointing at each other, expecting the other person to take care of anything. So I don't know what the hell's going on because it wasn't my job. So I asked the new care home, hey, can you give me a number for a place where I can get a damn bed? And they gave me a number where I could get a bed, and I got a bed, and it got delivered today. Wait, when did it get delivered? It got delivered yesterday um, to the new care home, and the old care home, they were told. So today they delivered my brother to the new care home. So now my brother's at the new care home. So boom, item number 2 on my list has been mostly checked off because now my brother is in his care home. Um, so that's like 60% of it. The remaining 40% is figuring out his health care coverage going forward, um, and and who's going to do his wound care and medical monitoring going forward. But like I said, 60% of that item is done, is checked off my list. 40% left to go. Then I'm firmly in item 3. So item 1 was, taking care of my dad. Um, Burial arrangements are already made. So taking care of my dad basically meant we got to get him over to the mortuary. Mortuary's got to do their thing. I got to bring clothes over, all that kind of stuff. So, and then, bury him, or in this case, put his urn into the columbarium, which is what they call those buildings where they have the niches that you put urns in, for people that are cremated. So I did that a couple Mondays ago, where I physically took the urn and put it in there, and then I watched the dudes seal it up. So that's item 1. So item 2 is my brother moving from old care home to new care home, 60% done. Item 3 I started on Monday, and that was talking to the lawyer that was going to help me get a guardianship on my dad. I told her how she knew probate was the next thing, and so I asked her back then, when my dad was still alive and we were still talking about getting a guardianship, can you handle probate when that happens? And she said she could. So, my dad died, so it happened. So I asked her 2 weeks ago, hey, can you handle the probate? Said yeah. So made an appointment, went on Monday, had the chat with her. So that's a pretty straightforward process. So the only catch is it's going to take about 9 to 10 months, but it could take longer. She doesn't think, even given how relatively simple my dad's estate is, she doesn't think it's going to take less than 9 months, but you never know. So bottom line is, item 3 is now that checkbox is starting to get filled. We just have to file papers, and then when we file papers, at some point there'll be a hearing, and it's a hearing we don't have to go to. The judge will say, okay, this is cool, and then she'll sign. She told me that a lot of the judges that handle probate are female for some reason, at least in our district. So she said, oh yeah, so once she signs the order, you'll become the administrator, and then at that point I have the authority to sell the house, sell or give away the minivan, which is not operating, and then not seize, but recover money that are in bank accounts. That's money and value that doesn't pass to me. It belongs to this state, and any money will be held in trust by my attorney. And then there's a whole process where, like, since I intend to sell the house, I just can't sell the house. The judge has to authorize the sale. So if somebody rolls up to me with an offer, the judge will actually have an input saying, well, why are you lowballing them when such and such is true? So they might, and the probate attorney, she even told me that it's very common in these cases where not only will the person who wants to buy the house, or the state that's, when they're selling a house, because the whole probate process is public, other real estate investment firms who flip houses like this may show up to the hearing, um, when it comes time to authorize the sale of the house. So, whether I find a second buyer or not, a second and third buyer or whatever could show up, and then they'll have a little impromptu auction, is what the lawyer said. So it's entirely possible that the guy that I already talked to that made an offer, some better offer may come along. And my goal as an administrator, but also the court's goal, will be to maximize the value of the estate, because that's what gets passed on to the survivors. So, and it just happens that I'm one of those. So since I'm the administrator, and I'm also interested in getting the most money out of here, so I'm motivated, I'm incentivized to find the highest bidder, but the process by itself might actually find a highest bidder for me. So we'll see how that goes. And my lawyer said, you really, if anybody, when we're at that point and you're getting offers, the offers have to be in writing, and please run that by me. So I don't have to go through that process with one hand tied behind my back, because I'm awful at negotiation. So if the guy gives me this offer, and the lawyer likes it, okay, good, that goes in the hopper, and then we move from there. But yeah, so it probably, she thinks it might take a month to 2 months just to get the first petition approved, right? Which we have to get on the court's schedule to get a hearing, and that will take up to 2 months, and then it takes X number of months. It takes X number of months to advance the process. I hope it doesn't go by a flipper. No, that's the thing, Pastor Van. Like, the person I called was that one place, We Buy Ugly Homes, and so they offered me a price which is half what the comps are in this area. So in this case, the guy is really lowballing it, but at the same time, I want to sell the house as is. The house has significant, it needs significant repairs, and so even though I have the money now, I would have to spend my money to repair the house, and then hope I recoup that money, and enough that when we sell it, I'm more to the good. So because I'm lazy about the whole idea, is I just want to walk away from it. I want to sell it for what I can get for it and walk away, because I don't want to deal with fixing it. I don't want to occupy this place any longer than I have to. So yeah, I'm not going to fix the house. I'm not going to spend any of my money to fix this house. So that being the case, however, I'm going to sell it as is. So whoever I go to, be it WeBuyUglyHouses.com, or even a regular realtor who's willing to take it on, there'll be the understanding, this house is being sold as is. Here are a list of all the problems that I am aware of, and so everyone should be cool with that, because that's not uncommon. It's done. It's not like I'm not originating the concept. So I'm confident that I can sell it on those terms. Because, like I said, I don't want to spend my own. In fact, my ex-wife was suggesting. My ex-wife and my ex-sister-in-law, there, says you should fix the house and sell it. And I told the girls, I do not want to stay in this house to fix it. I do not want to go through the process of bringing in contractor X, Y, and Z to do this work, and just deal with that and just sit in the house. And part of that was I wanted to get out of this house. But the irony is that because there's no one to evict me from the house. And once I become administrator of the estate, or of the probate process, I am the person that will have authority to evict myself from the house. So I'm probably not going to evict myself from the house. So I can stay there. I specifically asked her this question: how long can I stay in the house? And she said, you can stay until you want to leave. You can stay until it gets sold. You can, it's up to you. But since your father has passed on, and there's currently no administrator, there is no authority that can evict you from the home. So right now, I can't be touched by anybody. The house is owned. The state owns the house free and clear. So I just have to pay the property tax, and that keeps, Clark County, Nevada off my back. They won't seize the property from lack of payment of property taxes because I paid that thing and they cashed the check. So, Clark County's not going to come after the property. Um, there is no insurance, Pastor Ben. There's no insurance because they overflew the home with a drone and saw that there's holes in the roof and they don't want to insure it. So we lost insurance on the house months and months ago. Um, so yeah, if when I left to visit Maddie the two times, if my dad had started a fire, not only would he have killed all the dogs that he had downstairs and himself, he would have burned down the house and there'd be no money. Um, oh yeah, if you got a mortgage that, I want to believe that if you had a mortgage, there would be an insurer of last resort. So I forget. I think it's State Farm that insured this house, and they are also insuring, my parents when they were both driving. So they had a package deal. Um, but State Farm continued covering the home after. I'm trying to think of what the order of operations. I think when they moved in the house, they already owned it free and clear. So there was never a mortgage on this house because they were able to buy it cash. Because they sold their home in Southern California, so they had way more than they needed to buy this house, and so they bought this house outright. So there was never a mortgage on this house. Um, so yeah, the insurance was what the insurance was, and then at some point they overflew the home and saw that parts of the roof were missing, and so they canceled the coverage, which is fine. I couldn't fight it because I didn't have the money. Um, so yeah, where was I? So I'm gonna stay. I'm gonna stay in the house. I'm gonna stay in the house until it's sold, and depending on who buys the house, I'll stay as long as they'll allow me to stay, to remain resident. But at the same time, when it looks like the process is going to end, I am going to rent one of those pods, those containers, and the company pods, and I'll have one of those containers put on the driveway, and I'll just start loading it with the stuff I intend to bring with me, and then that will include things in my storeroom. That will include all the stuff in my room here. That will include some things in the house. But whatever I don't load in the pod um, will get left behind, and that will be part of a condition of sale that I will leave the house as is, and there will be significant, you know, items left in the house, furniture, garbage, whatever. Um, the we buy ugly homes guys said that that's a common thing that they will buy homes as is, literally as is. So the previous owner can walk out of there and leave everything, and they just they clean up. They assume that their cleanup is everything in the house that they're going to clean up. So I'm going to do that because there's no fucking way I'm going to empty this house. It's only me. I'm not going to hire 20 guys and a dump truck to empty the house and haul it off. Not going to do it. Um, so I will get a pods container. I will start filling it up. I will decide what I'm taking when I'm leaving. Um, I think at that time I'll kind of have an idea of how much money the house is going to produce. So, my brother gets half, I get half. So I'll know how much I'm going to have, and I already have it kind of mapped out in a spreadsheet. But if it's above a certain number, I'll spend $20,000 to buy a Toyota Sienna minivan, and those things are going. Those things sell. I've been looking at the pricing for 2016 through, I think the most recent one I saw was the 2021. Those things are selling anywhere from the low 20s up to 22,000. So I could buy one cash for 22,000, but I'd try to get one closer to 20 or 21. But the plan is I'll trade in my little Nissan Versa note, which is a hatchback that I like, but it's too small to make the drive to Pittsburgh, right, which is where I'm going, um, I'll get that minivan. I'll become a minivan mama, and I think most of the stuff in my room, in terms of clothing, computer equipment, and like personal effects, I think I can fit that all in a lot of plastic bins, and all that will fit in a van, with room to spare for the dogs. Um, so whatever I get, basically my mission, and I'm gonna start doing this like probably next week. I'm gonna buy a bunch of plastic bins and just start packing, and then there'll just be less and less stuff in my room as time goes on, and and then I don't know, maybe partway through summer I'll rent that pods container and then start filling it up. I'll also start going to the storeroom. So that's my New Year's resolution, right? Start packing my stuff into boxes, and then emptying out my storeroom, because basically I got to shed almost everything in my storeroom because I'm not bringing that stuff. Um, yeah, so my mission, like I guess from Q1 through Q2, through the end of Q3, will be to put my life into plastic bins. Um, yeah, egg boxes. We can afford the eggs, right? Um, I'm going to put my life into plastic bins, and then I'm going to empty out my storeroom. You know, um, fill up a pods container, and then I don't know, maybe November, end of year, maybe. I'll tell pods, hey, come pick this guy up and ship it to the. I already looked it up. There's two pods facilities in the greater. I don't think they have a greater Pittsburgh area, but um, they have one that's kind of east of Pittsburgh and a location that's kind of north of Pittsburgh, downtown. So, so the idea with the pods thing is I'll fill up one of their. I think they're 8x16. I'll get one of those that size. Um, you can have them take it away and put it in a local facility, or you can have them stage it at a local facility, and then whenever they schedule it, it gets shipped to one of their partner locations, and you know in the fullness of time, your pods container ends up in the new location, and you catch up with it. So I figure I'll fill up the container at least a month before I leave. Ask pods, hey, come pick this guy up. I'd like to have it in Pittsburgh, the Pittsburgh location, by such and such date. And then I'll coordinate with Maddie, because I might need to use her garage for temporary storage. And then I'll plan a road trip. And then at some point will be the last time I look at the house. We'll load up the dogs, and I'll drive off in my used Sienna minivan. And my dogs and I will have a little adventure cross in the country. So I'm not sure how that's going to work. I mean, three little dogs um, crossing what, 3,000, 2,800 miles of the United States. I don't know. It's going to get kind of ugly, but we'll figure it out. Um, I'll plan that route. I'll see what kinds of places I can stay at. Um, I don't know if I want to use like camping grounds and just pull in with the van, um, or just like find Motel Sixes that take animals. But I'm not worried about that. That people do that all the time, so I'll figure that out. I'm just wondering how these dogs are going to manage being in the car 8 hours for 8 hours a day for 3-4 days. Um, yeah, it should be interesting, and it's becoming real. It's like now that I've talked to the lawyer, and so I have a clue. It's interesting. It's like this whole process. It's been an exercise in learning what was going to happen. So I had a lot of fear and anxiety going in because I didn't know anything. Then I figured, and I learned stuff about the barrel process and all that. So got through that, and then the same thing with my brother. Things that have to be figured out to move him from one care home to another. So that's getting resolved. So the stress level is going down. Now it's okay. I got to sell the house. Well, okay, just talk to the lawyer. Well, it seems pretty cut and dry. So now it's just a matter of timing. So And it's enough. I have enough information now that I can actually start thinking about how I will physically move from here to Pittsburgh. So, I was sure I was going to use a pods container, so that's going to work. Um, and it's like, okay, am I going to take my little car and try to make that work, and then make one or two or three trips, or am I going to get a used minivan, just trade in my little car for a van, a minivan, and then just load that thing up. So I'm going to get a minivan. I'm going to fill up a pods container, and then I'm going to fill up a minivan, and then me and the dog's going to go on a ride. Oh my God. That's the part I haven't figured out yet. I haven't figured out what I'm going to do with my bikes. I don't. My motorcycle is not practical. My scooter is, but Pittsburgh has real seasons, and they have a real riding season. So there's going to be parts of the year where I won't even be able. If I just brought the scooter, there'll be parts of the year where I won't be able to ride it. And I don't know. My riding days might be behind me, so I might sell these bikes, as is to whoever wants them. Um, which is going to be sad, but at some point in time, I was going to hang up my helmet. So maybe now's the time. Um, but I got a bunch of months to figure that out. I got a bunch of months to find it. I asked my friend, the one that was helping me financially. He happens to own the biggest motorcycle dealer in town, and he's telling me that the motorcycle industry is kind of suffering right now. Um, he was telling me, I think it was KTM. He told me is going bankrupt. Um, New bike sales are in the garbage. Used bike sales, even worse, because you can get brand new bikes for what you could get used bikes for, because the manufacturers are incentivizing sales of their bikes because the market is so fucked. So, oops, sorry. So, yeah, so he can't help me with the bikes. So I might just sell them as is. I don't know if I want to put any money on it. Well, yeah, the scooter is really good on gas. The bike makes like 35 to 40 miles per gallon. It's really shitty unless I'm on the open highway. But the scooter, I think that the scooter makes 65 miles to the gallon. Hang on, I can look that up. It's crazy how good the scooter was. The scooter I had before that was a 125. It made easily 100 miles to the gallon. Um, where's my little app for it? Uh, what the Sigma? Where'd it go? Hey Siri, open up Fuely. Fuely. Yeah, it is. But what's funny, Pastor Ben? It's like, um, so my bike is an Aprilia Shiver. So if you look that up, they still sell it. That's a naked street bike. So there is very little fairing on that bike at all. So any pretense at fuel economy because of aerodynamics is completely out the window because everything is exposed. Then you put the fat ass rider on it who's actually a sail, and you realize that the drag coefficient of this thing is like a brick wall. So you're going to get shitty mileage no matter what you do. Um, so my Versa Note gets 28 miles per gallon average. Let me go to my bike, 36.3 miles per gallon. My last MPG was, can you guys read it? Wait, what? Hang on. So wait, you can see this. Is there anything personal in here? Ah, fuck it, who cares? So, hello, everything's overexposed. Ah, fuck it. I don't know how to use the camera yet. So the bike made 36 average, 47 best mile per gallon is 50. So now let me go to the Beverly 350. The bike, the scooter is a Piaggio BV350 Beverly. So in Europe, they sell this bike, they call it a Beverly. Here it's a fucking BV350. Fucking, they should call it a Beverly here. Um, Archangel, hey, how's it going? Don't you helmet? Of course I have a helmet, but it's a helmet with a visor. It's an adventure style helmet, so it's got a humongous sail on it too. So I could have gotten an aerodynamically efficient helmet, but I did not. When I started riding, I was copying my friend who had an adventure bike, so I was trying to adopt the adventure bike um, style. So that's textile gear, um, um, and which is meant to look functional rather than aero or anything high tech. And then the helmets are like motocross helmets, but with face shields. So yeah, so I was going for a certain riding aesthetic, because motorcycling is tribal. So you got the guys on cruisers, you got the guys on Harleys, you got the guys on BMWs, you got the guys on sport bikes. The sport bikes subdivide by what color they are. Are they Suzuki yellow? Are they Kawasaki green? Are they Honda red? Right? Are they Yamaha blue? Right? They go by. It's funny. Motorcyclists, if you're talking about the Japanese bikes, they go by color. So yeah, we see color in the motorcycle world, but it's not the color you guys are thinking, right? Um, um, yeah, so I wanted the BMW aesthetic, which is adventure riding. So all my gear looks like adventure riding, which is so funny because I'm on a naked street bike, which is not adventure mode, but it's like, the definition of adventure in motorcycling is taking the wrong kind of bike to the right kind of place. So, I had a good bike for adventure riding, and it was a horrible adventure bike, but whatever. Um, so the Beverly, my scooter, my average MPG was 59. The last time I filled up the tank, it was 58 miles per gallon. Best MPG on my scooter, 72 miles per gallon. And that's a 350, right? That's a 350. Actually, I think it's a 338 cc single. So, and it makes like 35, almost 40 horsepower, which is a lot of horsepower. So it's a fast scooter. This my scooter will do 80 miles an hour all day. Um, um, it'll do 80 miles an hour going up the frickin' Rockies. I found that out, um, by actually doing it. And it's the bike I took up to Pikes Peak, right? I took my scooter, not my bike, when I did my quote unquote cross country ride. Um, and I took the scooter because it has actual storage. Um, so yeah, I might just sell it. I might just sell it. I don't know. I could ask my friend, hey, will you store my bikes indefinitely? And my friend has a building where it's literally a motorcycle museum on the bottom floor. I think he's got room for two bikes, but I haven't asked him yet. Yeah, no, that's a thing, Vanna. It's like I would like to keep one of the bikes, and if it came down to it, it would be the scooter because the scooter I could totally take. So the scooter would not have any problems with the hills in Pittsburgh. Not one problem at all. Um, and it would be the perfect vehicle for grocery getting because I used to use it to buy groceries. I commuted on this bike for a whole year when I was in between cars, right? Um, so this scooter is perfect, and it's not even one of those like 50cc scooters you see everywhere where one bag of groceries is it, or it's struggling because the rider's got a bag of groceries hanging off each handlebar and the basket. It's like, no, this thing legit has a huge underseat pet carrier. Um, that's what they call the underseat storage on Italian scooters. They call it a pet carrier. Um, um, and I've got a rear top case, so I've got a huge case on the back of this bike, this scooter. So I can't quite fit Maddie in it, but shit, it's huge. Um, and it's got a pillion seat, right, a second seat. So if I had to, I put a lot of shit on there. Yeah, I could get if the Sienna I get doesn't already have a hitch, I could have one put on. But I really don't want to tow anything because I'm horrible at towing, and I'd hate to have to tow in a fully loaded, you know, van where I have minimal visibility and dogs. I that's a recipe for disaster. But oh, and I tried this before with an old dirt bike I had, and I did not like the hitch style um, bike holders. I mean, it's fine for a push bike, but for the weight of a motorcycle, I'd have to get a trailer, and I can get a Kendon trailer. I looked into this years ago. They still sell those, I think, but a Kendon trailer is like 2,500 to $3,000, but it's a kick-ass trailer. Look that up, Kendon. So they make a single, a double, and a triple version of their trailer, and it's a sweet trailer. But oh, what do I do with it when I get it to Pittsburgh? Put it in Maddie's garage. Because I'm going to be renting. I'm going to be renting an apartment in Pittsburgh. I might be able to afford a house, but I got to make my money last. So I need to rent as little. I need to rent as small a thing as possible that's big enough. Well, I'm not going to need as much space as I need here in Vegas. So, I can get away with a small apartment, but I probably won't. I probably won't have a garage, right? It'll be street parking or it'll be covered parking, but not a garage. So anything I bring, I might have to rent space from Maddie. Now, Maddie parks her car in her garage every now and then. Um, when it's just her, she parks the car in the garage. There is room. It technically is a two-car garage, right? I think that's called tandem. Car. One in front of the other. But the back end of the garage has the workbench and an old refrigerator or freezer, so it gets kind of tight. But there's definitely room for a motorcycle in there or a scooter, um, and a trailer. But I wasn't gonna hit up Maddie for storing stuff like that. I was gonna ask her if I could store all my tools, right? Because I got a lot of tool bins or toolboxes that I'd be hauling with me because I'm not giving up my tools. So I might ask her if I can like populate her workbench with my tools, and they'll be our tools. And if she wants to use it, I mean, I don't know that she's a tool girl, but she'll have a lot to choose from because I don't have great like my skills. I think my circular saw is a skill saw. I've got a cutoff wheel that's it's yellow, looks yellow. Um, DeVault. I totally pulled a fin just now. I can remember the color, but not the brand name. But yeah, I'll have an assortment of power tools if she wants to play with them, and then lots of manual tools. I've got these box end wrenches I've never used. They're fucking beautiful, beautifully chromed and like virgin tools. They've never been used. Um, yeah, Maddie is a tool. Um, yeah, but I mean, obviously, I'm not sure that I'm moving, but because I'm not moving, because I'm not going to find an apartment here, the money I have now will last longer because I just have to pay for my living expenses and not rent while I'm here in Vegas. So it actually works out that in my favor if I stay in the house until the last possible moment. Then I'll have more money to take with me to Pittsburgh. Well, I should say I'll have more money to take with me wherever I plan to go. Well, right now that's Pittsburgh. When the house gets sold, I'll get more money, and that will give me longer run time wherever I go. And wherever I go, I'm going to be renting an apartment, so my burn rate will increase. So wherever I go, I have to find work, which is fine. I'm restarting my life, right? So my life has been on ice these last 5 6 years. So yeah, not Texas. Austin is really nice though, Archangel. Austin is really nice. The problem is they're so hostile. I'm not going to go into it. You guys have heard it on Peachy's stream because she's living it, or she's going to be living it. She's already living it, and it's going to get worse. Um, yeah, so I'm going to stay in the house I'm in now and just tough it out. Um, I actually have a plan for that. This house has 3 bedrooms in the upstairs, so I'm going to empty out the third bedroom, which is the smallest one. And I actually started that today. So I'm going to sleep in the third bedroom, so that like behind me is my bed, right? I have a queen size bed back here. I'm gonna get rid of this bed because this bed is 15 fucking years old. I'm gonna get rid of this bed and just push all this furniture behind me back against the wall, so I'll have this huge area. Um, and this will just be my office slash streaming room, and then the third bedroom will be where I sleep. You know, I'll put a futon down and whatever. So I'll make my last 9, 10 months here, you know, a little more comfortable, um, and then bring with me to wherever I go, you know, more money than if I'd rented a house or rented a place here. Because I was looking, the rentals here were going to be, it was going to be 16, no, I'm sorry, 17 to 1800 a month plus utilities. So I was in my spreadsheet, I was calling it 2000 for rent and part of the utilities. So, you know, that's 2000 a month. I don't have to spend, you know, I just have to cover my bills and incidentals. So that's like 2000 a month. So 2000 a month times 10 months, 20,000 bucks. I got more than 20,000 bucks, and there'll be a lot left over after that, and there'll be more when they sell a house. So when I get to, you know, Pittsburgh, which is likely where I'm going to go, you know, I'll be able to live there for a while before I have to move into Maddie's shack in the back or in their backyard. Let me pick up a chat here. She'll use it. Yeah, she'll lose me tools. Um, yeah, not Texas. Are you? Am I tired? Yeah, you know, I'm okay. The heat bothers me because obviously I can feel it, but I'm mentally tired of the heat. I'm like over it. So I can tolerate the heat in a physical sense. You know, it's just I'm just tired of dealing with the heat. I'm just tired of it. I've had enough heat. You know, I'll always know how to handle heat because of my Vegas experience, but you know, that doesn't mean I want to embrace the freaking Arctic. You know, Maddie's been sending me pictures of the snow they're getting in her neighborhood, and it's fucking it's a blanket of snow, and I've never seen anything like that. And I'll be living in it. Um, we'll figure it out. I mean, I spent 20 years in the desert. I'll spend 20 years in the, you know, to me the Arctic. Um, where's Peachy moving to? She's not moving. She threw that out as a something she might do, and I even offered her, well, you know, if I have room here in Vegas, you're welcome to live with me. Um, but you know, that's a thing of last resort, right? And I think she was talking about how she'd want to move to a northern state, and the discussion chat steered her kind of, you know, avoiding snow because I don't think she's big on that either. But you know, she's gonna stay in Texas if she can, but she knows she knows it's gonna get tough there. So you know, stay tuned. Hopefully she doesn't have to move because that would be awful if she'd have to move. But you know, we've heard stories people have already started to move because of disadvantageous laws. Um, Snow tires for the scooter. Oh God! You know, there's a brand, there's a type of tire. I forgot who makes them. They're called TKC 80s, and they're these. They call them semi-knobby tires. But if you look at them, you'll think, oh, they're knobbies. And you know, traditionally knobbies are off-road only tires, so they're not DOT certified, right? So you're not supposed to take them on the road. But TKC 80s are called semi-knobbies. They look like knobbies, but they call them semi-knobbies, and they're DOT rated, so they are street legal. And it was a very common tire on adventure bikes years ago, and you can still get them. But they don't make them in scooter sizes. The wheels on I have two different size wheels on the scooter. I think one of them is a 13. It's larger in the front. So and they don't make TKC 80s in that size. But I could probably find Kenda might have something with an aggressive block pattern that might be snow compatible. Um, I don't know. I don't know that I want to bring any of the scooters, right? Bring in this. I haven't figured out what I've. You know, I've got a plan for moving stuff. I got a plan for abandoning stuff here. Um, I don't have a plan for what I'm going to do with my bikes. For practical reasons, I should get rid of my bikes. Um, you know, if I asked her, Maddie would probably let me, you know, rent part of her garage to store a bike. Um, And Maddie's talking about him moving eventually, and she'll be moving to a bigger house. So I'm assuming bigger house also means bigger garage. So she might let me store a my scooter at her house now, and any future house she has. But I'm not going to count on her goodwill. Um, it's just easier if I not have the, because imagine, I mean, okay, I'm in state of Nevada. I don't know if Pennsylvania does the same thing, but if I let my registration lapse to save money on insurance and registration, damn it, Maddie, come on. I'm going to clean your garage. That's my ulterior motive for cleaning your garage, right? To open up space for my scooter. Um, so in Nevada, if I wanted to save money on insurance by not having it, I would have to cancel the registration on my bike. Okay. Now if I want to ride my bike or my scooter, I have to re-register. Well, to re-register a bike that you've allowed to lapse, you have to physically bring the bike to the DMV so they can do a VIN inspection. So it's one of those things where if you want to ride the bike one day a year, you probably need to keep it insured and registered for a whole year. So do I want to do that in Pennsylvania? I don't know. What's this? I got to catch up with. I got to catch up. Yeah. So Maddie, what I've been saying is like um, I might want to store my tools in your garage because I have a lot of tools. So we'll get to populate your workbench. You'll have a nice assortment of tools you can learn how to use. I have a couple of hammers. You can learn which end is the business end. Um, I have many, many wrenches. Um, so, and I have some power tools. I have a nice DeWalt cutoff wheel. That's fucking sweet. If you want to throw sparks, holy shit. I'll get some nice grinding wheels and you can try to cut your vise in half. That'll throw so many sparks. And I have a circular saw if you need to cut up things. Um, but yeah, I want to store my tools there, and we could totally populate your pegboard. I'll put the best tools on the upper half so you can't reach them. Um, but yeah, then the talk went to if I bring my bikes or one of my bikes, where would I store it? You definitely have to have it insured and registered to get it inspected. I ran where I forgot my current insurance card, and they wouldn't even see. So I think Nevada DMV might be just as anal about their procedures, but I've already reviewed what it takes to register a vehicle that was non-operational, like the minivan. When the minivan's registration came due, um, I used that as an opportunity to tell my dad, we can't operate the minivan anymore because it won't pass smog. And to get it to pass smog, we have to spend 3,000 plus on a repair that we've already done twice. So I don't want us to spend $10,000 altogether on this car that needs the $3,000 repair every 6 to 9 months. So my dad didn't argue, and so that's how my dad stopped driving. I didn't have to have that talk with him saying how you can't drive anymore. Um, but I just had, we can't afford to fix it, Dad. So sorry, you can't drive anymore. So if I want to get that thing running, I got to go to DMV, get a temporary operating permit, which is only good for 48 hours, drive it, get the VIN inspected, get it registered, and hope it still runs as I drive it to Mazda to get it looked at. Because the last time I tried to get it fixed, I took it to a Firestone and they didn't want to touch it. So I literally have a minivan that I could use right now that's paid for, and it probably would make the drive. It's a Mazda MPV, and it's a nice little minivan. It's smaller than a Sienna, but it's big enough. It's just it needs $3,000 in repairs, and it'll probably need $3,000 in repairs a year later. So it's like, uh, small town corrupt mechanic. Yeah, we got lots of corrupt mechanics here. If I needed to do that. But yeah, anyway, so I'm gonna hit on when the time comes. I will formally ask Maddie, may I store my tools in your garage? And hopefully she'll let me store our tools since she'll be able to use them. I don't know on what, but um, yeah, I'd like to store the tools there because that'll be if I get an apartment or a house with a one-car garage, I might have room, but we'll see. Um, but I'd rather not bring a bike. If I bring a bike, I'm only bringing one. And if I bring one, it's going to be the scooter. But that brings up the whole argument. Well, am I paying for insurance and registration for a year when I know I'm not going to be able to ride it during the snow months? Um, and I'm not getting any younger. I don't know if my riding skills, how long I'm going to keep them. Um, and I don't know how to drive in Pittsburgh, right? So riding in Pittsburgh is a whole nother thing. So, those of you in chat who have ridden before knows there's a difference. So I can ride in LA, right? I can ride in LA traffic. I can lane split in California, but you know, I don't know how to ride a bike on the East Coast because drivers are different everywhere. Yeah, and not to play on the whole, height thing, Maddie. My scooter is on the larger size, so you might have a lot of people believe you need to be able to put your foot down on a bike as part of operating it, and that's totally not true. You only need to put your foot down when you stop, which is what gets people. But there are strategies for how you put your foot down if you're a shorter rider. Some bikes can be adjusted down, but for the bikes that can't be adjusted down, there's ways to sit on the saddle where you're half off the saddle and you can put your foot down. Um, so my scooter, and the other thing, the scooter has a very wide seat, so it makes it that much harder to scoot your ass off of it to put your foot down if you're shorter. So Maddie might have a problem on my scooter that she would not have on a smaller, like a 125 or a 50, because the seat width makes a huge difference. Um, in addition to the ride height of the scooter, so and it's a larger, it's a 350. It's not the biggest of the scooters they make, but it's a mid-sized scooter, and so it's at the bottom end for the size for mid-sized scooters. So you want to be 5'6" or higher. Oh, Maddie, I could learn you how to ride a bike, no problem. God, I wish my bikes had been operating when Nano visited me. That would have been fun. She wanted to learn. She wanted to learn. I'd love to teach her, but we don't talk. Um, but if there was ever a chance for us to reconcile or spend a day together, I'd want to have an operating bike. She did get to see my friend's bikes though. She went to see the museum. Um, Yeah, that was kind of sad. She drove all that way, and I didn't realize she wanted to try the bikes more than we missed it. We miscommunicated then. Um, but yeah, I probably won't bring a bike because even bringing the bike cross country is going to be a problem because I don't want to tow it. I don't want to get a trailer and tow it because I don't feel comfortable towing in general. That's a skill, right? And I don't have it. Um, which is ironic because when I went to buy my first bike, I rented a U-Haul, bike trailer to drive to Santa Barbara from Vegas. I drove to Santa Barbara to get that bike. It was a 2002 BMW F650. Get this, I bought that bike in 2009. It was a 2002. The guy had bought it for his girlfriend. She put 500 miles on it and never rode it again. They broke up. He kept the bike. So here I am in 2009 buying this bike for 5,000 bucks. It is at that point 7 years old and is basically brand new. Yeah, cool. Thanks for coming, Maddie. Um, so that was my first bike was a BMW F650 GS. So if you look that up, I think they still sell that model, but the modern F650 GSs are actually parallel twins, and they're Chinese built, and they're a very modern bike. But I had the old F650 that was the Italian um, design that literally Aprilia made. So ironically, my first bike was basically an Aprilia, and I didn't know it. BMW bought the design from Aprilia, and then they manufactured it either in Aprilia's factories or they built them in. I think they built them in Germany, and then eventually they moved the production to it's either Thailand or mainland China. Um, and then when they changed over to the parallel twins, which I think was the detuned 800cc that they were already building, they completely changed the bikes, but they still call them F650s. Um, so it wasn't the one true F650 like I had. So the F650 GS I had, they were BMW part numbers, but you could order them from Aprilia, because Aprilia still built their version of that bike back then, in the early 2000s. Um, Quads are fun though. Maddie, if I end up moving there, one weekend we can do like if we can find a place to rent quads. That's easy to do out here in Vegas. There's all kinds of outfits that'll rent you quads. Um, that's good to hear, Ivana. This is the first, full test of it. Um, oh, just FYI. So these mics so this is the same mic that Peachy has, and the same mic that I think Soko has, and they have 2 levels of noise reduction. And so I earlier today, before I tested it, I just recorded myself. I didn't go live. So I have a fan to my left that blows at the computer, and then 2 fans on my right that ventilates the room. So I had all those going. So it's fairly noisy in here. And with noise reduction off, you can hear them, but they're not overpowering. But with noise reduction on level 1, it's like they completely disappear. So I'd still like to get some kind of desktop microphone working, but that's been kind of my Waterloo, right? So I kind of short-circuited the process with the lav mic, if you want to call them the lav mic. So give credit where credit is due. You may have suggested this exact thing, and when I saw it, I realized that it's probably the same mic that Peachy has. But I just went ahead and found it on eBay, for like $160, which is like a total deal. And so I bought them, and I played with them a little bit, but no, now is the first live use of them, and I guess they're working all right. And there's a camera. I already told Maddie I have one of these, but the camera I have is the baby version of hers. I think she has the regular OBSBot Tiny, whereas I had the OBSBot Tiny Light or something. Let me show you guys. There's more of you so I can show you. Disconnect. Connect. Ooh. Connect. Okay, so, what happened? Why did it get small? Why did it get small? Okay, so where is it? There. Focus, focus. Why isn't he focusing? Oh, that's weird. He's not focusing. There he is. So that's my OBSBot. There's Soko. So yes, I look at Soko's pictures when I'm not modding. That's not creepy at all. Don't read into it. Dog. Hey, be nice. Don't kill, don't kill. So that's Katya, doggo number 1. This is doggo number 3. Oh, she just ran away. And then here's doggo number 2. Your mic's one camera stopped. Oh yeah. Hey, is this other one still working? Here, I'm gonna put this down. So I think the deal with my iPhones as cameras is when I run them, they don't charge. So even though they're plugged in, they're not charging. And that might explain why, like, it happens to Finn, and we've seen it happen to Peachy, where even though they've got their cameras plugged into a power source, they run down because maybe they don't charge at the same, or maybe the camera doesn't draw its power directly from the power supply. It draws it from the battery, and the battery doesn't charge while it's discharging, or some shit like that. But this whole system, this anchor work camera, this mic thing is really awesome because it's got this little deal, right? So that's you have there's an adapter that lets you plug it into the phone, or you just use a cable like I have to plug it in the computer, and It's got the nice little OLED screen on it, so and it's a touch screen, so you can use it to change the settings of the two mics. And the carrying case is also a battery to charge it, kind of like how AirPods work, where you put the AirPod in the case and it'll recharge it. It's like, so it's a neat little mic. So for someone who's not a streamer, it's like this is becoming a decent system. Um, but anyway, where was I? So the move seems, the move. I think what set it off was that because I'm going to be staying in the house through probate, I will have more money when probate is done because I will not have been renting a place, and then I'll have more money because, probate finishing means I've sold the house, and so my brother and I split the proceeds, so I'll have more money to execute my plan, which is to either stay here in Las Vegas and rebuild my life here, or go somewhere and rebuild my life. Well, I've already expressed how I really want to go somewhere else, and right now somewhere else I want to go is Pittsburgh because I've fallen in love with Maddie's city, and Maddie's there, so I have a friend there at least. So I won't be going to where it's all strangers. Um, and it's almost as good a place as any for me to go to because I want to go somewhere that's not Las Vegas. I know I can't afford to live in California. I'd love to live in California, but I know I can't afford it. Um, so I need to go somewhere relatively inexpensive, and Pittsburgh's standard, not cost of living, is less than Vegas. Now, are there better places I could go? I'm sure if I did the research, I could find better and less expensive places. But um, New York would be better in terms of it being a blue state and all. And New York might actually still be a thing. Some of you might know I mentioned it before, but my ex-wife owns a property in upstate New York, and she would love for me to occupy this property of hers, and meaning she'd want me to like renovate it. Um, but it's a place where I could live rent free. So if things don't work out in Pittsburgh and it looks like I'm not making enough, if I have enough money, maybe I try to make it work for a year. I know I can last at least a year there. I'd probably be able to go 2 years there. I ran some numbers by Maddie quickly, and I told her, if I have X, do you think I can last a year? Do you think I can last 2 years? And she, I might be able to last 2 years there, but if I go a year and it doesn't look like it's happening, I might just pack the van up and move up to my ex-wife's place. So there's a plan that wasn't possible years ago when my ex-wife got the place. But I hadn't met Maddie yet. I hadn't developed an interest in living in Pittsburgh. So shit changes. Um, so if Pittsburgh doesn't, if Pittsburgh is where I end up and it doesn't work out, I'll move to upstate New York. Um, where it's going to be even worse for winters. But we'll deal with that. I'll fall off that bridge right when I come to it. Yeah, Van, I get a job in Pittsburgh and we all move there. That'd be so funny if we just ended up in Pittsburgh. Why Pittsburgh of all places? What's interesting is I saw this on I'd read this or I heard this somewhere that parts of The Last of Us, the game, takes place in Pittsburgh, and I saw some footage from the game, and I saw the sign Fort Pitt Tunnel or Fort Pitt Bridge, which is a thing, right? So it's like, holy shit, it's true. And I'm thinking, oh, Maddie's like, she's probably a cordyceps victim up there. She's probably like walking around with fungus all over her, which is kind of sad. So I stopped watching the clip because that was sad. Because Maddie had become a mushroom. Oh, so sad. Uh, it is 1 hour and I've yet to start building a NAS out of an old PC. Um, is this thing set up to do it? Yeah, actually you can kind of see. Let me see how this is gonna work. Ah! Jesus Christ. Okay, I didn't actually get him, but he overreacts. So I did not actually pinch him, although sometimes I've done it before where I've moved too fast. But I usually end up warning Coco. I'll say stuff like, watch out, watch out, watch out. And so he's kind of figured it out. We kind of have our signals figured out. So let me see if this thing is gonna follow me. This is freaky because it kind of does. Hello, over here, over here. So scary that it follows me. Okay, so what do I do first? Let's get the let's make some room. I think this might be enough. So I actually can't I can't just like full on work on it because I don't have all the parts. I know I was talking before about making an Unraid server, and I've reevaluated, and because I'm actually buying brand new drives, and they're all going to be the same size, and I don't really intend to expand the array at a later time. My use case is actually better for TrueNAS than it is for Unraid. So one of Unraid's strengths is you can mix and match drives of different capacities, subject to some rules. So if you build an array with the 3 drives you've got now, you can add drives as you go along, up to the limit of however many you can put on your system. And that's really powerful. But the drawback is the way Unraid implements their parity system, and because of how it implements how it uses the drive space, unlike a RAID where the data is striped to all the drives in the array, the data goes to one drive, and when that drive is full, it goes to the next drive, and the Unraid system keeps track of where that is. So you don't get the benefit of streaming to multiple drives, striping to multiple drives. And there's a time pin. Well, it's kind of like a RAID 5 where it's a dedicated parity drive. So it's not as high performance as a traditional RAID. So that's a thing. So speed is not a concern for me, but the way they implement getting around the bottleneck is they have a cache drive. And so your writes go to the cache drive, and then when you're done writing data, there's a little script that runs every night called the mover that moves the data off of the cache drive onto the array, which is slower than writing to the cache. And it's like, that seems kind of kludgy, but it works. Lots of people swear by Unraid, so there's nothing wrong with it. It's just a way of doing things. Well, I don't want to do it that way. I'm still going to build an Unraid box using one of my little HP minis and with drives I have, but I'll do that months from now as just a side project. But the NAS I'm going to make is going to be a true NAS. So it's going to be my old PC, and I'm just going to repopulate it with drives. So I've got 4 of these. I've ordered 2 more, so I will have 6. And 6 will fill up the 6 drive bays I have now. I have room to put 9 drive bays, and when I take out the air cooler, I'll be able to fit the 3rd drive bay in, but I won't populate it. I'm going to keep this thing at 6 drives. So 16 terabytes formats down to about 16.3 terabytes. So I'll have 4 data drives and 2 parity drives. It'll be running dual parity ZFS, so the Z2 option with ZFS. So I'll have dual parity. So the array will have fault tolerance even when it's rebuilding itself, which is the weakness of a single parity RAID, where if you have a failure while you're rebuilding, you're fucked. But if you have dual parity or even triple parity, you can survive that many more bad drives failing during a rebuild or a resilver. So I'm going to do the conservative thing by spending more money for 6 drives and only using 4 for data, and using 2 for parity, so I have double parity, so I have an even more fault tolerant RAID array. I don't get to put in extra drives to use for backup, so I got to spend more money for backing up the array, but I'll fall off that bridge when I come to it. So I have 4 of these. I'm getting 2 more tomorrow, so I'll have 6. So after tomorrow, I'll actually be able to actually install all the drives. So what I have to do is I'm going to take the old SSDs out of my PC and put in one of these. It's 250 gigabyte SSD. I only need like 5 gigabytes, but they don't make them that small. And then I have 3 of these Noctua 140 millimeter. There's nothing interesting on here. Here's like the specs. So this is just a Noctua 140 fan. 2 for the front, 1 in back. I might later on buy 2 more for the top. But I can actually do some of the work tonight. Maybe I'll go until about 2 hours. Since I know I can't finish the thing, so I'll do something tonight. I can't believe how cheap these are. So I bought a 5-pack of these 64 gigabyte USBs, $33. God, it's throwaway how cheap they are now. Especially when you look at how much they were, back in the old days. Let me grab the computer. Ugh. Ugh. Da, 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 da. Coco, get out of the way. You're gonna get crushed. This was lighter years ago. Oh, you know what? Let me take these glass panels off. Because these glass panels probably won't stay intact if I don't plan ahead. What are you doing in there? You're going to get crushed. Get out of there. Jesus, he's going to get... That is so freaky that the camera tracks me. Oh my God. I always wondered how much it would do, or how aggressive it was in tracking you, and oh boy, is it. Oh no! Some idiot taped the Wi-Fi antenna. Coco, Jesus, you're gonna... Let's undo these. All right. So... Naturally, amongst the computer parts, I have my ramen supply. Okay, so what have we got here? So at one time I had all 6 drives populated, or drive slots populated. 1, 2, 3. I'm replacing these cables with new ones, but I'll reuse these for now. but I'm not doing that tonight. Tonight, I will. I'll replace the. I'll take out the existing SSDs, which are actually still good. I mean, they've got 6 years of use on them, but they're actually still good for a little while. What is this sticking on? Let me put down a. Oh, that's what it's sticking on. Da, 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 da. Kind of provide a little bit of padding. Okay, so what the hell is on this? One of these days I should figure that out. Da, 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 da. So it's got a 1050i Ti, which the server won't need when it's a true NAS. So I can literally take that out and just use the iGPU. So I can pull this out. I'll leave the PCI SATA card in. I have a USB card here. I'll take that out. Here's my $250,000 screwdriver. PCIe USB 3.0 card. Oh, joy. Let me check something. Ba, 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 ba. I have dropped 5 frames rendering and 5 frames encoding in 1 hour 22 minutes. That ain't bad. Not bad. This PC is so powerful. I was Claire the Maid had some streams, 2 streams recently where the streams died, you know, partway through. So he had to restart. And so he ended up, 2 of his streams, recent streams ended up in 2 pieces. So rather than upload 2 separate VODs, I try to combine those VODs into one. And it just takes a couple hours to re-render those, you know, with my old system. But with this new system, it's a lot faster. So I did, one of the streams was 1080p resolution at about, I don't know, 2.5 hour length stream. And it only took like 15 minutes to re-render that. You know, just to put 2 VODs together and re-render it as a single VOD took 2 hours. No, it took 15 minutes. So, you know, roughly what, 1/6 the time, 1/6 of real time is how long it took to render it, which is not bad. So, you know, by that very simple metric, this new computer is a win. It is faster than it's significantly faster than the old one. And in theory, worth the price. Oh, I thought I had more than one. Hmm. Oh well. I didn't tape them somewhere? Huh. So I'm getting the air cooler on Sunday. So on Sunday I'll probably stream again, or maybe Monday, depends. Oh well, Maddie and Blossom are streaming on Sunday, and Soko streams on. I'll figure it out. I just don't stream when they're streaming. Um, so I'm gonna take out this air cooler or this water cooler, which is like 4 years on it, and retire it, and then just put an air cooler. And while I'm at it, I'll clean the CPU. I'll be able to get at the VRM heat sinks, which are pretty well encrusted with dust and hair. Clean those out. Take this out, and I'll put two of these Zolar fans pointing up to evacuate. But I'll be replacing this fan and then the two in the front um, with these Noctuas, these Haktua fans. Um, that I'll be doing now, and then I'll be taking out um, the SSDs and putting in the one small one back in, which will be the boot drive for the True NAS OS. I could actually put the drives in here, the 18 terabyte drives, and just not finish it, and just not wire it. Um, let's take this apart. Do, 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 do. Ooh, almost dropped it. M.2 SSD heatsink, double-sided cooling. Oh, this thing's some disassembly required. Hey, you. Scan down. Let's put the ramen somewhere else, yeah? So here's the... Wow! 6 screws! How much force is this thing going to be subject? Tonight's stream is smooth. Don't jinx it. Why did you say that? Actually, my internet is actually terrible here, knock on wood. So I'm not going to say it because I'll jinx it, but I will say that I'm going to give Cox a call tomorrow and tell them what I experience. It's the weirdest problem because if I reboot the Cox provided router, I get the full advertised speed. Actually more. So I pay for 250 megabit down, I think 25 up. And I get that for like the first 5 minutes after I reboot the router. And then the router will I can't get anything faster than 30 megabit. And it's the same when I do the test on the app, which talks directly to the router, I get the same speed. So it's not my computer that's causing the slowdown. It's what the router is testing on itself, without any other computers involved. So it's something having to do with the router or upstream of the router. I've connected my laptop directly to the router and it gets the same speed. So it's not my stuff. It's something with the router, but it's just the way it behaves. And I've not wanted to deal with it, but since I'm going to be staying here 9 months, I'm going to deal with it because I would like to get, it'd be nice if the thing was reliable, but I'd also like to get 250 more of the time. That would be nice to have, right? How is this thing stuck on? Okay, so there it is. I should remember this. So let me get the the thing. Oh, is that? Let me make sure that's the right device. Ooh. Um, debug. Oh, this has to move. That's for sure. This has to go over here. It's funny. I was using the CPU fan header all these years, and I finally moved it to the AIO header, and now this computer won't boot because it stops at boot time saying there's a CPU fan error. Well, yeah, because I'm not connected to the CPU fan. I've connected to the AIO. The AIO is working, so the fans are turning and the water circulating, but because there's no fan connected to the CPU fan header, it thinks there's no CPU fan. So it pitches a fit and asks you to hit F1 to go on. So I'm just going to go ahead and move the connector from the AIO port where you'd think it would belong and put it back on the CPU header. And this is only because the way Arctic implemented this is they used one set of wires to power both the pump, the AIO, and to power the fans. So if they'd broken them out or made the fans their own separate, conductors, you could wire them separately, but they chose not to do that. And, I wasn't going to return it because I didn't know any better. To get a different kind of, wiring scheme. I had never done water cooling before either. I was like kind of wondering how well it was going to work. It was going to work at all. Turns out it works great. But this guy's been working for 4 years, so I'm going to decommission him and just put an air cooler back in there. This thing used to have an air cooler too, which is kind of ironic. So new things are old again or something like that. Oh, here. I was looking for this. It was here this whole time. So all of my SSDs that I use on my production machines, because I'm a snob, they're all Samsungs. But for customer machines, I'll buy Western Digitals or other like PNY if it's like a really budget machine. You need better points redeem? I need redeems in general, Archangel. I need someone competent to help set up my setup here because I have nothing set up. I want to figure out that is it Tangia, the thing that Nitz is so good at? Someday. I mean, I don't even have a full complement of emotes, so it's like kind of a budget operation here. We'll figure it out. I mean, for strategic reasons, I'm not finding work right now. I'm gonna just work on preparing for the eventual move. That'll keep me busy for months. And there's going to be more time to actually stream, especially now that I don't have I don't have to worry about stuff. I kind of covered it earlier, but taking care of my dad, that's all in the past now. So item 1 is done on my 3-item checklist, and item number 2 is moving my brother to his new care facility, and he moved today, but there's still a matter of arranging his ongoing health care. So item number 2 is 60% checked off and will likely be all set and 100% checked off, by the end of the month. And then I will be done with my brother. And he will become my uncle's problem. Oh yeah, that's something else I didn't mention. I asked in my lawyer that was working on my guardianship for my dad, who is now working on the probate on the property. I've asked her to I asked her if she could help my uncle get the guardianship of my brother, and so she's going to take care of that. So my uncle doesn't have to figure that out on his own, which is that's good, because I did the research on how you go about getting a guardianship, and it's possible to DIY it, but you have to you're filing legal papers, so everything, you got to have all your T's crossed and your I's dotted, And if you mess up, it just, they'll just reject your document and say, fix this and then refile it. And then, that just takes time, right? So, oh, wow. Are the levels low? Um, so I was going to get help navigate the process and also ensure that the highest chance of success the first time around. So my uncle would have to go through that by himself, but I can get my attorney to help him, and I can get that paid, so he doesn't have to worry about the attorney fees too. So that'll be good, and so that'll take care of my brother. I'm gonna make sure my brother gets all the money he's owed, because he gets the same amounts I get. I'm gonna ensure he gets all the money he's entitled to, and that I'm gonna make sure it's spent properly on his care for as long as it lasts. But partway through the process, I'm washing my hands clean of my brother. I'm just gonna leave him to his fate, because I can only do so much for him. So I'll make sure he's got money. I'll make sure he's at the care home. I'll make sure he's got a new legal guardian in the form of my uncle, our uncle, and that's all I can do for him. When his money runs out, he goes back on to the state care, and he lives out the rest of his life. And I go live out the rest of mine wherever I end up, because I've said this before, I want my own life. I haven't had my own life for the last couple of years, so in a very real sense, I am seeing freedom, and I want my freedom, right? Oh, this is so gross. There's so much dust on here. Ugh. It's so funny. I pick up dog poo all the time, but this is what grosses me out. Ugh. So my new PC has been working for like a week, and I've already cleaned the front filter twice. It's just accumulating. It's just accumulating dust that fast. God, this was so cool when I installed it. Now it's just like bleh. So yeah, my brother's situation should be all squared away by the end of the month. Then I'm pretty much done with him. Then I just have to worry about the probate process. Let's see. So 970 Evo Plus is the boot drive, and 970 Evo is the data drive. So this is the drive. This is the drive that when I would be editing. I'm not really a video editor, so I shouldn't even really use that word. Why is this not focusing? Is it locked? Oh no, 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 what just happened? Why doesn't it autofocus? Beauty, color, well, I don't understand these. Yeah, so when I was doing my editing, such as it is, all of that lived on this this drive. So this is like the end of an era. This thing is good. I'll repurpose this for something. I don't know. These are both 1 terabyte SSDs. The Evo Plus is the faster one. I think these are PCI ×3. I think maybe ×2. These are good. They're just not current, right? And they've got a few power on errors. Since I don't turn off my computer, so this computer has been on almost entirely. This computer, it's been off for a few hours at a time, but it's basically been on more or less continuously since 2000. Let's call it 2019 onwards. I built it in late 2018, but we can just say that the 1 or 2 months it was operating 2018 were effectively how long it's been shut down in this whole time. So what's that? 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. So 6 years plus. That ain't bad. And this guy, gross, got stuck. Activity, goal achieved. Stand goal, I stood 8 out of 8 hours. Ooh. Oh. Wow, I can't see. There's not enough contrast. Oh crap. Oh crap. Yeah, I should definitely get a job building PCs. Oh god, I can't see a thing. Do, 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 do. This is so weird. Why can't I line these holes up? Yes, there you go. Oh no, I was fooling myself. It wasn't actually. Oh my god, this is just, it's impossible. It's impossible. Okay, I think, okay, I'm not fooling myself. Do, 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 do. Could give you the knit smartass answers. Yeah. I gotta create some redeems, and then I'll try to figure out Tangia, but I swear I can't figure this shit out. I mean, I have a hard time. I've already forgotten how I added the emotes, the few emotes that I have, so I don't even know how I'm gonna add more. I don't even know where I'm gonna get the emotes. There's like so many little things that's like, it's like moving into a house and you don't have any furniture. It's like, okay, I got the house. Okay, so new SSD is installed. Old SSDs are gone. Fans are gonna cut. These air coolers are gonna come out on Sunday. Let me pull out the fans. Let me get this guy in the back because I'm replacing the. These aren't even the stock fans. The stock fans are these really bad RGBs. These are Arctic fans. Just plain white fans. So I'm going to replace them with the 3 Noctuas I bought. I actually had this thing open the other night, and I did some preliminary cleaning, and it was a horror show in here. So the fans all turned, um, but when I shone the flashlight like up into the edges around the fan, I could see hair in there, and it wasn't just like a little bit. It was balled up dust and hair, dog hair. So all around the flange in here, above the fan, all the hair that was sucked in just got pushed in and to the side. And so all around this was a ring of hair. So I picked that out, vacuumed it out. And then a similar thing was going on with these fans. This fan in the back was not as bad, but the fans in the front had hair. They had hair wrapped around the hub here. And it was just a very gross looking situation. And it's like, oh man. Thanks to the dogs. Is the NAS going to be M.2 based? No, it is not, Amethyst. The Yeah, I have the money to do that, but I would be stupid to spend the money to do that because I need the money to live on. Um, no, it's gonna have. I'm eating hair right now. Originally, I was gonna do a 4-drive NAS based on using Unraid, so I was gonna have 4 drives. One was gonna be parity, so I was gonna have 3 data drives, which works out to like 16.3 times 3, 48.9, just under 17, 16.3, so 48.9 terabytes, but single parity. Um, but I changed my mind about using Unraid, so I'm going to use TrueNAS. And I was reading up on, TrueNAS uses ZFS filing system. The easiest, or the Z1 setup is basically like a RAID 5, single parity. But if you are rebuilding the drives, you're resilvering the drives, and you get a failure, then you're fucked because that's 2 drives. So I'm actually going to do a 6-drive system where it's 4 data drives and 2 parity drives. So I have 4 of these, and I've got 2 more coming tomorrow. So I can install these, but I'm not going to connect them, and I'm not going to connect them until I have all 6. I already know I need to stream again because I'm going to replace the water cooler with an air cooler. I'm going to put in the 3rd rack so I have the slots for future expansion that will probably never happen. But I'll have all the 6 drives and I'll wire them up. I'm actually going to replace these yellow SATA cables with fresh new ones. The server style ones where they're thinner cables and they're braided, so they take up physically less room than these flat cables. So this thing will be fully functional in terms of all the parts intended on Sunday, but it won't be done until I get the new SATA cables. And I'm also going to put in a 2.5G Ethernet card. So, this is an old motherboard, so it's got a 1 gigabit Ethernet on it. So I'm going to put a 2.5G Ethernet card on it. The new PC already has 2.5G Ethernet on the motherboard. So I have something on order that arrives on Tuesday that has a 2.5G switch, a couple Cat6e cables, the 2.5G Ethernet card for this, and I think that's it. But I thought there were 4 items. But these 2 machines will have their own little 2.5G Ethernet network. So since this is going to be where all my bulk storage occurs, that'll help. I don't need this thing to be so fast that I can edit off it, not like what they do it like at Linus Tech Tips. If I do any video editing, I'll be doing it on. I have there's a 4 terabyte cache drive.
Carito_15 is now following.
Karita, thanks for following. I have a big there's a 4 terabyte. I think it's a PCI by 4 terabyte SSD in the new machine. So I'll be caching like VODs there as I work on them, and then when I'm done working on them, the VODs will move into the storage, the mass storage, for long-term storage, quote unquote safe storage. Um, and then if I ever have to re-edit an existing project, I'll just I'll just copy the VODs back to the cache drive, because this thing won't be fast enough to edit off of it. So I'll have to do that thing where you edit off of cache files that are cached locally, and then you move the files into long-term storage when you're done with the project, and you move them back if you ever have to re-edit, which is fine. I mean, that's, no one's gonna die. Let me undo this so I can get at the fans. This used to be lighter. Yeah, the screws are in back. So Amethyst, to answer your question after 5 paragraphs of unnecessary exposition, the boot drive, TrueNAS, will live on 256 gigabyte SSD, which is 25 times bigger than it has to be. And then the one and only storage array will be 6 drives, 16 to 18 terabyte drives. And I'll put in the other racks, so there will be room for 3 more, but I don't have any plans of filling that with storage. And that's the thing. That's why I'm using TrueNAS, because the penalty for using TrueNAS is you kind of have to plan out your array ahead of time, and changing it later on is a little bit like pulling teeth. So I don't intend to expand this. If I have the money to do it in the future, I'll build another one, but I'm not going to expand this one. So this is only ever going to have 6 drives. And as these drives break, I will just replace them, but it'll always be the same 6 drives, probably always 18 terabyte. 2 more screws. Where are, where's the, oh, there, okay. Wait, where's the, what the heck? How can there be a screw missing? That makes no sense. It's only held in on one side. So these little rack deals are separate, and they're held in place by what I thought was 2 screws each. But the bottom one looks like it only has 1 screw. Okay, so there's one. So they kind of have a rail system here, and they slide. Oh, is it fixed on the bottom? That feels fixed. Oh, I'm stupid. I was looking in the wrong spot for the other screw. I also have a screw missing. Yeah, it's just loose. You know, I have come to realize that my last few years have been a kind of I've suffered a low-level torture these last few years. And I joke how I've got PTSD, but it's not really a joke. And I have a newfound appreciation for people who really are caregivers, because technically that was the function I was performing for my dad, but I am not caregiver material. I'm just not that kind of person. But I had to do the job, and it was, clearly I was not cut out for it. But oh man, it cores you emotionally. Original me, pre-transition me would have just sucked it up, but improved me feels it, and it fucking sucks. Okay, so the reason I had to take out those little drive racks is so I can get at the fans. Oh, let me show you this. So this case is a Thermaltake View 31, which is they no longer make them. It was like a 2017, 2018 model. And I bought it because I'd read the specs that it could accommodate up to 9 drives. But when they ship it with only one of these things. So the stock configuration is you can have 3 drives, 3 spinners. So I bought 2 more from Thermaltake, but because of the location of the hoses here, I couldn't put the 3rd rack in. So I never got to 9 spots. So now, because I'm replacing the water cooler with an air cooler, I'll now have room for all 9s. So I'll have all these racks mounted, but I won't actually I won't populate. I don't have a plan to use the 3 spots for anything. So I could put drives in it and just have a 3 drive array. I could do a 3 drive striped array, single parity and then 2 drive stripe. But I don't have to. I won't need it because these 18 terabyte drives yield about 16.3 terabytes formatted. So 4 of those together is going to be what? 64 terabytes plus 0.3 times 4, so 65.4 terabytes on the main array, which is plenty. Okay, so does this whole panel come out? No, it does not. Oh, what a nuisance. What a nuisance. Okay. So I need to remove the faceplate. And I have no strength. Okay. I caught myself shopping for a new case that had like ridiculous numbers of drive capacity, and I found one for $100 that has I think 10 drives right up front. So I'm thinking, man, you put 20 terabyte drives in there. So 8 data drives, 2 parity drives, so 8 times 20 is probably 18 net. So 18 terabytes times 8. That's a lot of storage. But RAID's not backup, so you still have to back that up somewhere. So at some point in the future, I will buy just 2 external drives, probably hang it off the PC, and I'll just back up everything onto those. So the main copy will live on this server, protected by the dual parity, and then there'll be one backup of it on just dumb drives that I just hang off of the workstation, and that's gonna have to be enough because I can't afford off-site backup. And there's no way I'm going to spend, more money to build a duplicate NAS of same quality. That's That's like a month's rent. Not a month's rent, a month's runtime, which is rent plus utilities plus, food. So I'm splurging now, but after I'm done with all these computer things, I'm pretty much gonna have to be a good girl and watch my spending. Where the fuck did I? No, it's lost. Is that ramen? Ramen? Yeah, it is. I'll show you in a second. Ah, there it is. Literally had a screw go loose. Oh, my back. Oh. So this is the ramen I've been eating. Maruchan yakisoba. They're not bad. Way better than the top ramen. The top ramen is like $6, $7 for 24. This is $9 for 8. So, pricey. I want to find one that has like a really fat noodle. Something thick. Are these 140s or 120s? They look like 120s. Did I just... Oh my God, these are 120s. Oh my God. I think I just screwed myself. I got the wrong size. I should be able to mount 140s in here though. Let's get these unplugged. That's gonna suck if I can't get 140s in there. Yeah, it's not, well, no, I don't think it's spicy. My definition of spicy is above average spiciness. So to me, there's nothing, but it's like asking a native-born, Latin person, is it spicy for you? Well, odds are what he thinks is spicy is a lot spicier than what, Americans might consider spicy. Oh, yeah. So this plugs into this deal here. I forgot. Okay, so that's just a little power distribution board. So it's got room for 5 fans. Okay, I really humped the bunk on this one. These are 120s. So you can see they're kind of sketch. So these actually have, you won't be able to see it in the lighting. There's actually hair in the hub down in there. So these are probably, they still work. They still move air, but there might just be time to just toss them. Where did I put the other one? Oh, there it is. Oh no! Oh crap. Something fell. Oh, okay, it's no big deal. It's only 50 screws. Okay, so let me see if I can actually put one of these 40s in there. Oh, I can't believe How did I just not even check? Fuck, I was just so enamored of the Noctua goodness that I didn't even bother to check if they were the right, that they'd fit. Should be like this. Yeah, like this. Back is okay. So let me see. Can I mount from the front or the back? I think I could do either, but I want to mount from the back. Okay, I just realized what I just said. Yeah, I'll have to own that. Yes, I prefer to mount from the back. God damn. Hair +5 airflow. No, more like hair -5. Okay, let me see if the holes line up, because it's very important that the holes line up, as many of us know. Yes, the holes line up. Okay, so that is intended. It just looks kind of funny because the opening is intended for a 120. Okay, let me verify that I've got the arrows pointing in the right direction. Okay, 4 sides. Of course I picked the side that doesn't have the arrows. Okay, arrows pointing to the back, to the hub. Okay, that is correct. So that's how I want to mount it. Oh wait, can I actually, is there room to, if I put it in front, oh, the problem is it's going to put, If I mount the fans in front, there is clearance, given the depth here, but that's actually going to be a little bit restrictive. Thermaltake kind of screwed up on this design here because I actually broke off. I don't know if you can see this, but this right here used to be straight across, but I broke it off because I was too lazy to cut it with a Dremel. But so there's a piece of plastic here blocking the airflow. So originally air could not really pass through here. So the only way air got behind this panel was through these grills here. And there was where is the camera pointing? So there's this filter on it which impeded airflow. So this front is not designed to allow air to flow. So I didn't know it was, not that great a design. I was just impressed by how clean it looked. I was blinded by physical beauty. Okay. Cut towards abdomen. JJ Van. Hello. Yeah, this is going to be a true NAS device. So this PC is the PC I built in 2018. So it has the CPU is an Intel i7 8700K, which is unlocked, but I never managed to overclock it. I mean, as soon as I'd go up 10 megahertz or whatever the increment was, it would just crash. So I kind of lost on the whole overclocking lottery. That dream died very quickly. Oh, I'm gonna overclock my first real build in years. The last computer I'd built before this, I'd bought pre-builts from like Dell before, but the last thing I built before this was like an Athlon 64 machine from the early 2000s. So when I built this machine, it was like the newest shit. And I think the i7 was the top of the line. The i7 8700 was top of the line for Intel back in 2018. So, you know, I was buying hot shit. And I put, so back then I built it with 32 gigs of RAM, which is a lot. And initially it had a 2.5 inch SATA SSD, which I thought was hot shit because I didn't know what NVMe SSDs were. And then when I finally like read an article and I'm like, "Ooh, can I use those?" So I had to check to see if my motherboard had M.2 slots, and it did. So I was like, "Ooh, I get to use the new technology." So I lost my flashy light. Oh, so I put in the two 1 terabyte SSDs that I took out. Oh, I shouldn't have tightened it yet. And that's how I used it from like 2019 onwards. It was the two NVMe SSDs on the motherboard, and then an increasing number of hard drives in the racks for, you know, for bulk storage. I bought it originally. I bought for it a GTX 1050 Ti, and I built this thing as to play Rust. That's literally why I built it, because otherwise I was just using my Macs for everything else. So I built this literally to play Rust, and only because I'd read an article about Rust and I was fascinated with the idea of the game. And so I built this PC because I'd read an article about Rust and I wanted to play Rust. And that's what I used it for, from basically all of 2019 until all through 2020, the first year of COVID. And then I discovered Finn around January, February of 2021, and I kind of stopped playing Rust. And then from that point on, I was using it to do, again, I'm not an editor, but I was using it to clip VODs and to, you know, technically I was editing VODs, but I wasn't, doing any like artistic editing or anything like that. But as underpowered as this machine was for editing, it was a lot better than the Mac Mini I had. So I just wholesale converted over to using Windows, because my beast machine was this thing. The Mac Mini I had was a i7, I think it was a 6000 series. So a 6th generation i7 that Apple sold as a Mac Mini server. But Apple is really shitty about heat management. And so that server it came from the factory with a dual 1 terabyte spinning 2.5 inch drives. And that machine ran so hot all the time, all the fucking time. It was disappointing how hot that machine ran. And when I would do editing on it, Premiere would just warm that thing up like a skillet. So I built this thing, and when the time came, it became my editing box. And it ran a lot cooler than the Macs did, because it had real ventilation. Oh, this is gonna be nice. This is gonna be nice. You didn't play Rust on spinning Rust? Not for very long. Just for the first few months of this machine's existence. And it turns out I'm not good at PvP games like that. So I would play I would play PvE, and I found this site called like Desolation or something, and it was a PvE server, and everyone was chill there, and I found it, and I just lived there for years until they finally closed down. It had an economy too, where you'd earn dollars, right? And I could and they also had a persistent backpack you could take across wipes, so um, you could just bring so much stuff with you across a wipe. So I would bring all kinds, not treasure, right, but like minerals and raw materials, and your money persisted from wipe to wipe. So I could bring over all kinds of stuff, and I could immediately be building, metal structures from the start. Because I would just like the last 2 days of the wipe, I would just pack up, and then I'd wake up in the after the wipe, and I'd just be fully equipped. I built the same kind of tower every time. I got I got I got my helo killing skills down pat. Um, I learned how to use the closed circuit TV cameras, so I could see and hear the helicopter from four corners of the island. So I would listen. I would go to each of the corners. When I heard the helo the loudest, that told me what direction the helo was coming from. And then I could aggro the helo from that outpost, teleport back to my main tower, and then kill the helo from the main tower. And on the main tower, I had a fighting floor that was armored, and I don't think it ever actually worked because fire didn't work that way. But I had a fire protection system up there where I would pump water up to a tank, and with the sprinklers, I would turn the sprinklers on when I was fighting the helo. So theoretically, it would put water out, but it never did. Um, I mean, it looked good, which is all that matters. It looked good. And then when the helo was dead, I'd turn off the pumps, the water would stop, and then I would just go downstairs and start pumping them water again. And then claim the helo kill. And sometimes if I was playing with somebody, or if there's someone who's nearby, I would tell them, "Oh, you can have it. You can mine the chassis for whatchamacallit, metal." And I think that M249s, the squad automatic weapon, was the big gun on that game. So I would just have so many of those. I would have the one gun would last me the whole wipe, but I would have 2 or 3 spares, and I would take maybe 2 of them with me through the wipe. So I never lacked for that gun, but I would make the rounds every time, right? I didn't bring extra ammo. I would just make the ammo during the next wipe. It was so easy to play, I was almost cheating. It felt like I was cheating. But I was playing by the rules of the server, so I wasn't cheating. Let me catch up with not an editor post 10,000 clips. Yeah, see, that's the thing. That's the thing, JJ. I post those clips, but most of those clips I just make using the Twitch Clipper, especially now that I figured out that the Twitch Clipper lets you do up to 1.5 minutes, which is good length for clips. And then when I make clips from the VOD, all I'm doing is setting an in and an out, and then pulling that. Very rarely will I make a clip where I've edited, clip is the wrong word. Very rarely will I make an edit that uses more than one clip. And then when I have if there's 3 little clips in this edit, I just have the most basic transitions. Oh, is it not tracking? I haven't figured out exactly how this guy works, but I know it's got an indicator light. So when it's blue, that means it's tracking me. But if I get out of its view, it kind of goes off on its own. So now it should be tracking. Yeah, see? That is the scariest thing about it, because that's like an AI feature, right? So that thing is thinking. That little machine is thinking. And that scares the shit out of me. Because it's probably better at thinking than I am. Okay. Where do I want the wire coming out? Do I want the wire coming out here? I got a lot of wire. Yeah, might as well. Let me catch up on chat. Get the passive van and Vanimal in here. Build storage. Oh wait, hang on. So I missed. Yeah, nobody clips me. Who will clip the clipper? You know, I've always wanted to make a storage server, but I never had the spare cash. So, you know, my dad died recently, so I got my share of his life insurance. So I'm splurging right now. So I'm putting money into, you know, I've got 4, but I'll have 6 when I'm done. I bought 6. I don't know if you were here for this, JJ, but I've got 4 of these now. So these are Toshiba. I wanted to buy more of the Seagate Exos. In this case, the X18s, which are the 16 terabyte capacity. They're enterprise drives, but they're not available through. I can't buy like 4 at a time from Newegg or Amazon because they're not available. So I just got the Toshibas. Toshiba. Ugh. I'm assuming the mic is still working well, which is like an unnatural thing for me. How much storage? Okay, so it's 6 18 terabyte drives. I'm using True NAS. I'm going to use ZFS Z2, so dual parity. So 2 drives will be parity, 4 drives will be storage. 18 terabytes works out to about 16.3 terabytes net. So 16.3 times 4, so 65.2 terabytes, something like that. Actually, I think it's 16.35 terabytes per drive, so it's 65.4 terabytes net, which is a good amount of storage. So my only problem is my original plan was I was going to do 2 4-drive arrays, but that's single parity. And I am now scared into believing single parity is almost as bad as not having it, which is not true. I'm just being an alarmist. But again, only because I have the money to burn. It's not really, I'm not burning the money. I mean, it's an investment. But because I had the money, I just went ahead. I modified my thinking. I'll just make one larger array, and instead of backing up from one RAID array to another RAID array, I will have one really good one. You're right, a dual parity RAID. Well, it's a ZFS pool, right? I'll have one large dual parity array, and then I'll just buy 2 large external hard drives, and they could be shitty SMR drives, and just not only will I use the snapshotting feature, which is inherent to ZFS, but I will have a duplicate copy of the data on these SMR external hard drives. You know, the kind they sell to people, to consumers, just to back up stuff, and the consumers, you know, foolishly trust their freaking 20-year collection of photos to a single drive and wonder what happens when it fucking fails on them after the warranty ends. It's like, dumbasses, you should have bought 2. You always buy 2 because you always need at least 1 copy. When I tell people that, it's like, well, you really should have a copy of this data. So that means whatever we get for your storage, we need to buy 2. And, you know, while we're at it, 3 copies would be better. So we really should buy 3 drives, you know, or 3 sets of drives. And then they see how much it's going to cost. And suddenly they don't care about their data. How much storage? 65 terabytes. You can do face detection without AI the old school way. What? But they probably use AI. Well, this is a OBSBot brand, which is the same thing Maddie uses. And they advertise the AI feature. JJ Van, I'll tell you so this PC, when it was my main machine, the way it was set up was I originally bought those two 16 terabyte enterprise drives, and everything I had lived on it. So my VOD collection, all of my other files, but not porn. Porn is always on its own drive. Um, Everything fit in 16 terabytes. And as that thing got full, I went and bought two 8 terabyte, also Exos, Seagate Exos, so all enterprise quality. So in this PC, I had 4 drives, two 16 terabytes and then two 8 terabytes. One would be the data drive, one would be the backup drive. So I'd always buy drives in pairs, and one would always be where the data is stored and one is the backup. So I always have a backup, but just one, because I can't afford, 3 drives. Excuse me one second. Well, that filled up, those started to fill up too. So I have a pair of 8 terabyte consumer grade drives. They're still CMR because Seagate was making CMR. These drives were old enough that SMR drives had not been released yet in quantity. So I had these 8 terabyte consumer at Seagates that were CMR. So I'm using those, and I was using those. And I was thinking, I'm getting close to the wire here, and I knew at some point I was going to build a NAS, but I was going to have to wait until I had my dad's insurance money. Well, my dad passed away at the end of November, so the timing. There's never a right time for it, but if there is a way to call that a right time, that was a right time. So I got this money in time to build this NAS when I'm about to run out of space the old-fashioned way. So now I get to do it right. I get to do it with a RAID, but not RAID per se, but a ZFS RAID, which technically I guess is RAID, but it's not. It's not in the classic definition. Excuse me. I gotta learn how to hit the mute button. Wait, let me try that. Where's the mute button? Ooh, someday I'll learn how that works. Yeah, so now I'm going to have a proper disk array, but it's not. It's going to be dual parity drives, so I'm doing one better than I was originally thinking. And the only real cost is that I can't have dual arrays in this machine. I'll have to have some kind of outboard thing. Well, actually, now that I think about it, I will have 3 spare slots. So if I bought a pair of 24 terabyte drives, I could just back up to those. And those 4 terabytes would just JBOD, right? I would just put half of my data there and the other half there. And if I got 3 of those, oh God, 24 terabyte drives, look up the price of those things. So if it's just 3 24 terabyte drives, 72 terabytes, JBOD configuration, and I just have the machine back up to its own, it's a lot of money. That's more than $1,000 for 3 hard drives. Okay, I believe these fans are installed in the correct direction. So I'm actually getting close to finish what I plan to do tonight, which was just replace the two used 1 terabyte SSDs with the fresh 256 gigabyte SSD that I'm going to install TrueNAS on, and then replace the fans with these new Hawk-Tuah fans. Okay, so let me put these they're not sleds per se. I call them racks, but I don't know if there's a better name for them. I do have an offsite backup that's 9 terabytes. See, I don't have offsite. Wait, is it working now? It's got to be working now. I see it moving. Ball size, hey, how's it going? ¿Qué está Armando, mi buen señor? What is Armando, mi buen señor? My good sir. I can read the words, but I can't chain together the meaning. I can't habla español. I can understand some of the words, but it's like Tagalog, my native tongue, but it's technically not native because I never spoke it. I can string together the words and I can extract meaning, but I can only get approximate meaning since I was never fluent in it. Um, yeah, it's funny. My friend runs. Technically, I have a sideline as an IT consultant for my friends. So when they have technical issues, usually involving a computer, I help with it. And so I did set up their system, which was Unify based, kind of neat stuff, right? Um, and I'm trying to sell them on getting some network storage for their offices. So instead of using one of their PCs as the backup, quote unquote backup server, and all that really means is I've shared I put a dedicated hard drive on it and I shared it to the network. Um, I want them to get a small NAS, and so I can have them all back up to this NAS, and then I would I don't know, maybe get two or something, some way to back up the NAS. And if I finagle them into getting a big enough NAS, I could use that as offsite backup for my more critical data. And it's like, that's kind of sneaky, but it won't work because, what data would I be choosing to back up? Um, and, how much bandwidth is that going to take, right? And that's the irony. It's like the data I really want to back up is the stuff that I normally store in my the home directory, right? And that's like 100 GB of data. Well, I've got that in my OneDrive, and so OneDrive, and I back up the machine, and I make a duplicate copy of that particular folder structure. So I have all my pertinent data in OneDrive. So that's in the cloud. So there's the local copy plus the cloud copy plus Microsoft offers an undelete feature. So I'm protected from myself if I delete something, but I still have a local backup of the local copy, and then I have a system backup of that. So I have two local copies, and then I have the cloud copy, and then I have the backup restore file deletion feature of Microsoft. So I think I'm covered for that 100 GB of data. And it's a 1 TB account. So it's like I could literally have a lot more data stored there, and that would enjoy the same number of backups, right? So I'm actually hitting that. I'm almost hitting the 3-2-1 standard for how many copies and whatnot, right? I just don't have a full offline backup, off-site backup of all my data. I just have an off-site backup of the data that really matters. I could literally use a turntable right now. How ironic. How are the turntables and I lack one? God damn it. Okay, that's on. It's not engaging. Why is it not? Okay, there it is. So I have 3 of these, and when I replace the water cooler with the air cooler, I'll be able to put the third one in. So they said, "What's up?" Guess I'm on the and what are you building? There you go. What's a NAS? It's a network attached storage. But there are variations on the acronym, but the one I always go by is network attached storage. And the converse is direct attached storage. So if you buy an external hard drive and you plug it into your PC or Mac, that's DAS, direct attached storage. And direct attached storage can be a single drive, it could be a multi-drive. local array. It could be a dedicated RAID box. Like you can buy a QNAP or a Synology that is intended to connect via USB or eSATA. So those are typically how DAS setups are connected. They're not intended to connect over the network. That's like the shining feature. They're direct connected to the host. But they can be RAIDs. They could be 2-drive mirrors. They could be striped arrays. They can be RAIDs in their own right, or they can just be arrays of dumb drives, right? Direct attached storage. And then network attached storage is some combination of a PC that runs some OS that supports drives in some kind of RAID configuration where there's data redundancy. And then the intent being that that's connected over the network. What's funny is in the old days, we would just call those file servers, but at some point the industry started moving people to use the term network attached storage as a more generic thing. So in a way, that's a file server, but a lot of times NASs now aren't just doing file service. They're doing other things. They're torrent boxes. They might be running virtual machines. They might be serving as a Docker host. So they could be a Plex server, and so they have transcoding features, right? So they use the processor of the NAS to convert on the fly, video files to different formats, and that gets the kinds of things you can do with a NAS, especially if the NAS has a strong enough processor, enough memory, can be pretty fucking profound. Because you can have functionality in your NAS that you don't have to do on your PC, and it's available to everybody on your network. So it's pretty amazing what you can do. It's not just storage. So something I was thinking I might do on this machine once it's stable, I was gonna experiment with running a Pi-hole. I think I can do a Docker on this. So I was gonna run a Pi-hole on this machine, and have that be my network. Caching DNS plus website whitelisting and blacklisting. And that'll just be something it can do in its spare time because it's got the processor and RAM for it. So I don't have to have my little Raspberry Pi do that function. And I'm sure there's other things I can do with it. I mean, I just learned about this thing. I think it's called, I was going to say Tailhook, but that's something else. It's some tail named service, but what it is it's a service where you install their client app on all your machines that you want to participate on it. And what it does is your client apps communicate with their host system, and it enables all your clients to communicate with each other for the purpose of file transfers. So the idea is, if you wanted to have an offsite storage at other locations like your friends' houses, well, if there's 4 of you, you and 3 other friends, you can each install this client on there. Is it called Tailset? Tail-end, something like that. So you're all on this. You can be using the same account, and you can use each other's NAS to back up your NAS. So all of you can have offsite storage on your buddy's 3 systems, and of course you're all wealthy, so you all can afford 100 terabyte servers. But if you're like a dude and you just want the use case was the guy deployed his offsite storage at his parents' house. So he set up this service so that it would periodically connect to its twin at his parents' house. And as far as the software is concerned, it's just a network connection. But what's happening in the background is that client is opening up a VPN tunnel through the host service which is then opening up a VPN tunnel to the destination. Oh no, actually no. The connection, the VPN tunnel is between the two servers. The hosts, they provide like the coordination. So it's a pretty slick idea, and it's a really convenient way to connect to networks. Like I figured out how to do that with these really old. They became Cisco, but they're originally I forgot the name of the brand, Linksys routers. But I figured out how to VPN between these two routers so that I was able to connect the network of my friend's office to his restaurant. So computers on one side could call computers on the other to back up data. And it was transparent to the user. So to the user, they would open up a folder that lived on the other machine, and that would bring up the VPN tunnel, and they would be communicating. And it worked like that for a while until one day they took down those routers and replaced it with another router. And it's like, oh, thanks for letting me know. But that was slick, right? Because it enabled me to back up data at the other location, and it was transparent. Once I'd figured out how to set up the VPN tunnels, it was completely, the routers negotiated the connection, right? You didn't have to log into anything on the computer. You just opened up the designated folder, and you would be looking at that at the data at the remote location. If you asked me to do that now, I'd have no clue, because I'm not actually trained in IT. Tailscale, that's it. Dropbox. I was using Dropbox for years, and I was even paying for 1 terabyte. But a friend of mine has a license to Microsoft 365, and so I'm just using one of their seats. So I don't even use the Microsoft software, right? Word, Excel, PowerPoint, because I use Google Sheets and Google Documents. But we all get 1 terabyte of OneDrive, so I'm just using one of those. I'm just using one seat to use OneDrive. So I stopped paying for Dropbox because we're paying one thing, and we've got 6 1 terabyte accounts, and I'm only using 3 of them. So there's 3 spares, so I took one. So everybody's happy. This is above my pay grade. Vanna, it's above my pay grade too. I only figure this out when I need to, and once I've got it set up, I promptly forget, because my brain doesn't work that way. Soko is supposed to have a degree in some IT related things, so this should be like right up her alley. But ironically, or maybe fittingly, that she's got training in this and a degree in it, but I don't know how, what she actually knows. CPU, fan 1, fan 2, fan 3, fan 4. I was going to say fan. Woohoo! Can you guys see anything? Alexa, turn on ceiling lights. Oh, wow, look at that. Who knew? Well, I did. I just wasn't cognizant of the fact. Wow, I really should stick this, shouldn't I, after all these years? It's got an adhesive back. Why don't we use it? Oh, I know why. I was probably thinking, oh, I might want to move this in the future. Fan 1, fan 2, fan 3, fan 4. She or others can figure it out. Yeah, exactly. Well, it turns out there's lots of automation and shit you can do, and I just can't be bothered to figure it out. And so I do a lot of things manually. Da, 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 da. 3M. This does not look like their high bond stuff. A lot of the products you buy for cars that involve you know, they have like double-sided tape. A lot of them they use 3M VHB, very high bond double-sided tape, and it's like it's not your dad's double-sided tape, right? That white foam shit. VHB really fucking sticks, and it doesn't care about heat. Fan one. We plug it in the fan one. And oh, I wonder if the one in the back will reach to this. Oh, I don't need to. I don't need to reach. I don't need to reach. All right, wait. Where's the CPU one? Oh, of course I plugged it in the wrong one. There you go. All right. Front fan's plugged in, and then there's 2 more spots open. So if I need to, when I get the roof ones mounted, I will have. Oh, that's actually kind of far. I bet you I have a spare one of these, but it's in some box that's unfindable. And then once I move, it's going to be in a box that I didn't bring with me. Damn, I'm fucking gonna move. That's cool. I can almost taste it. I've only ever lived in except for school. I've only ever lived in Los Angeles. I grew up in Los Angeles. After school, I lived in San Francisco for about 6 months, and then I went back home to LA area. Not Los Angeles per se, but San Gabriel Valley, Rosemead, California. So east of downtown LA, and then I moved to Vegas. So I've only lived in you know, LA area, San Francisco proper, and then Las Vegas. So the idea of moving to another city for the, you know, to live out the rest of my life or to start this new chapter is kind of exciting. And to be seriously considering, you know, doing it cross country is just, my friend told me, you know, he said what we were both thinking, that it's like, you're not coming back. Once you get out there, you're not coming back. So yeah, exactly. I've got to make it work. So, you know, we'll see. You never know what's going to happen. But I really feel like I want to get out of Vegas. And I was kind of hating the fact that I thought I might not be able to leave here after all. That I would get through all this and not have enough money to make moving to Pittsburgh or elsewhere practical. Because my money projections were telling me that I'd have so and so tens of thousands of dollars on hand. Well, yeah, I could live off of that for a couple months. And in one scenario, I could live off it for more than a year and a half. You know, once I got to Pittsburgh. But all that means is I need to find a job, you know, to supplement my nest egg in an ongoing basis. Well, you know, that means finding a job in, you know, whatever economy we end up with, right? So, you know, I don't know how, you know, I don't know how the new president's I don't know what he's gonna do for our economy, and I don't know what it's gonna do for jobs. But you know, it could be a bad situation I'm moving into, but would it be necessarily worse than Vegas? I don't know. It might be bad in a different way, right? And I'll just be in a new town, and that in itself will be an adventure for me. And that's really what I'm looking forward to. I'm looking forward to a change of venue, you know, in a very significant, meaningful change of venue. Because I've never lived on the East Coast. I don't know what East Coasters are like, other than the few New Yorkers that I've encountered who have moved out west. So, you know, it's gonna be an experience, right? But I am looking forward to it because it's the next chapter, right? And no one knows what's gonna happen. You hope for the best, and then shit just happens. So we'll find out. at some point in time, maybe in summer, I will start looking earnestly at actual operating costs. So things like, I'm going to have to find, like here in Nevada, we call it the healthcare marketplace, which is the implementation of the marketplaces that the ACA, Obamacare set up. So I'll need to find Pennsylvania's equivalent of that so I can get my healthcare out there, and hopefully I can find an endocrinologist as nice as the one I have out here in Vegas. So I've lucked out. I know Maddie uses, I think she uses Folks, and I used Plume for 2 years, and both of those outfits are telemedicine, telehealth providers specializing in gender care. So they provide legitimate prescriptions for hormone replacement therapy, prescribed by actual doctors. But I think Folks, from what I understand, from what Maddie said, Folks actually also sells you the prescription drugs, whereas Plume does not. Plume provides the prescription, but you have to get the meds from a local pharmacy, or for example, like Amazon. Like for a while, I was actually getting my meds from Amazon when the local pharmacies would like basically fuck me by not having availability. And I actually changed pharmacies. I changed physical pharmacies twice, and I also I used Amazon's pharmacy service before I finally decided to bite the bullet and ask my PCP through the healthcare I was paying for. I asked my PCP, hey, I'm trans. Would it be possible for you to refer me to an endocrinologist? And she was like, sure, okay, I'll put in the request. And I've already been under treatment for diabetes, right? Which is a hormonal issue. So having an endocrinologist actually made sense, both for the HRT needs and the diabetes care. And the endo I'm with, the outfit is called the Docs, as in the doctors, but they just go by the Docs. They literally specialize in diabetes care, pediatric diabetes and adult diabetes, and they also take care of gender care, hormone care. So it's like they specialize in the two things that I need regularly from my healthcare, diabetes management and HRT. And the endo like put me on Ozempic, which is a really expensive drug, which I didn't think was covered by insurance, but it is. And so I have not lost much weight, but I have my blood glucose numbers are just so fucking normal. It's scary. And it just took Ozempic to do it. So, a lot of people are buzzing about Ozempic because you can lose weight, which is a side effect, but it's a diabetes drug and it really fucking works. Your mileage may vary, but for me, it definitely works. So I've got a lot of excess here. So let me look at chat. Pure utilities wasn't bad, but I was in a brand new apartment. Large cities have more healthcare options. Yeah, and I don't know if it's from the corporate point of view or if it's actual care, but I'd heard that there's actually a good amount of it in Pittsburgh. I don't that and don't quote me on that. I've not done the research. I'm just going off of anecdotal things that I've heard. CPU option, CPU fan, that's connected. So I'm just going to use a chassis, which I think I was using last time. Fan one. Okay, so okay. So let me put a little twist tie on this. Oh, actually, I can use some of this. Yeah, so I will around summer. I'll start looking seriously at licensing requirements, for ID and driver's license, as well as looking at what representative, what utilities might cost, but most importantly, healthcare, and then licensing and car registration. Um, all that good stuff we need to live in our modern society. What is causing this to remain? Is it affection? What the hell? I have a lot of twist ties that came with these. Let me use some of those. I stock my own twist ties, right? Because these things never come with enough. But I think I literally only need like one or two right now. Not twist ties, cable ties. Here you go. Oh, actually, I can just use these. Oh, yeah. Here they're there. I'll just go ahead and expend these. Yeah, so around summer, I will look into the prices of, the typical things that we all need to do in anywhere we live. I briefly looked. I asked Maddie a couple months back about she suggested some neighborhoods that are worth looking at as far as finding an apartment or a house rental. I think we've actually talked about it on stream. Oh shit, are these? Oh no. So she gave me some ideas. So in summertime, as I get closer to, because I doubt I'm assuming that I can't leave here before October. So if I start shopping in earnest for an apartment, I might fly out and tour like the top 3, and if I can get one, I'll get one. Maybe no more than a month ahead of when I think I'm going to move. That way, I'm not paying rent for too long on a place I'm not occupying. But I want to have the place lined up before I move, for obvious reasons. That way, when I drive into town, I could almost literally drive to my apartment and it'll just be waiting there. All the utilities already turned on, and just get the dogs up there and then start unloading the van, and then or maybe I just set the dogs up and then I drive over and pick up Matt and we go get something to eat. And then I get her ass to help me unload the van. But yeah, I would definitely be picking a place that's not really close to Maddie. That's going to be deliberate, because we'll be living separate lives. It may be that we'll visit each other every now and then, but the idea is that I am living there to build a new life, and it's just a happy coincidence that I have a good friend there. "90 days to switch states to be a resident," if I remember. I know in Nevada their standard is you're required to get your state ID or driver's license within 30 days of taking up residency. So, residency, you prove it by having a utility bill. So presumably you're probably here more than a month by the time they have that requirement. That may be the case, or I might be remembering it wrong. But oh yeah, and that's the thing too. Like we've got real IDs now, so I'd have to change. Oh well, it's going to be the same regardless. That's probably a pretty straightforward process to get a new license, since I'm going to be bringing in a valid Nevada license. Oh, and I save another. So I had originally thought I was going to be moving to an apartment here in Vegas while I was waiting. And so I was like facing the idea that I'd have to order checks with a new address. I'd have to update my driver's license, update my address with Social Security, with State Department, get my passport reissued, just all kinds of address change. And it's like, what a fucking hassle. So by choosing to stay in the house, I avoid having to do those address changes, until necessary. So either I'm changing addresses because I'm moving into some place I intend to occupy for a while, or I'm moving to fucking Pittsburgh. So I have to, definitely got to change my addresses because I'm going to be in another state. That's just going to be it's going to be kind of like going to college, right? I was in college for 5 years in San Luis Obispo, and so I had my addresses were all local. I think this is together enough that I can actually fire it up and we can install TrueNAS. Coco, what are you doing? Oh God, he's right at my feet. Let me button this guy up. I will leave. Oh, hang on. Let me can I oh, I won't secure these cables because I know I'm going to be messing with them later. Okay, so let me cover this thing up. I will leave the front off, but I will put the sides on. Tracker, no track. Is it not tracking again? What's he looking at? He's looking at the TV. So I think the rule is if it loses track of you, he just starts looking around. Hello, over here, over here. I need to find something better to mount it, because right now it's like I have my two monitors right next to each other, and then there's a, oh, I can actually show you. I think this is still working. So so I've got this little clamp thing here, and that's how it's like I kind of have to have the camera further out so that he can turn more. Let me see if I can do that. Is doing this live a good idea? Probably not. Can I get an angle on this? Will it work? Maybe not. Hello? Coco, get out of the way! Okay, so I turned it a little to his left so that I think, it's only got so much angle up and down, left or yaw and pitch. So it should be able to reach over here if I go to the extreme. So this is the front, or the right side. Here is the left. I don't know why I got a glass-sided case. Oh wait, what? Oh, it goes like this. Okay, where are the screws? The thumb screws. Oh, Maddie's not streaming tomorrow. That's a streaming opportunity, because Soko doesn't stream on Fridays. tomorrow I get the final 2 hard drives. So if I set up TrueNAS tonight, I could actually put the array in tomorrow. So I could do another stream tomorrow, just putting in the array, getting that configured. And then I'll still have to do the stream on Sunday or Monday, where actually I should probably put it up to like Wednesday or something, so that I can wait for the SATA cables to show up. Because on Tuesday I should get the SATA cables and the 2.5G Ethernet card. Sunday I expect to get the air cooler. Tuesday I expect to get the SATA cables and the 2.5G Ethernet card. So if I stream tomorrow to finish the array, and then Tuesday night or Wednesday day, and that will pretty much be a done deal, I think. We'll see. Shit could happen. Oh, do I have appointments next week? Let me check something. Okay, this is so cool having mics that just work. Next week, oh shit. So apparently I have a doctor's appointment next Thursday, but I gotta call and see if that's actually happening. And then I've got to sit in on a call with Social Security with my brother. So I have 2 things next week. So I will have time. But I also need to start doing shit around the house. So I know I've got to take stuff down to the blind center. They, our blind center here, they accept electronics, and they take it apart. So they're not the folks that do it aren't completely blind, but they take apart the stuff, and then they sell the materials. So for them, it's a money making thing. So I can dump some of my old electronics there. And I know downstairs, my mom has this really nice rosewood desk that has a cantilevered the leaf that folds down to be the desk surface, the writing surface. It folds up and closes the top of this thing. And it's a nice looking desk unit, rosewood. It's beautiful when it's clean. And I'm planning to take that with me. So I could pull that out next week and just empty it out and clean it off. Downstairs is just horribly dirty. So the stuff that wasn't affected by, the presence of the dogs was affected by the presence of all the mice. So there's no place downstairs that was not touched by either dog mess or mouse mess. So, I am not exaggerating when I say how dirty the downstairs is. It's just horrible. And if you're used to having a really clean house, like you put a lot of work into cleaning your house, if you saw this, you would wonder, like, what the hell went wrong in this house? And I would not blame you. What went wrong is that we're a family of hoarders, and I'm the only one out of the 4 of us that had it under enough control that I at least kept it somewhat organized. But my mom and my dad and my brother, it just fucking consumed them. It's like, that's no way to live. You put in all the drives? I did not put in all the drives. I'm going to put in I was thinking I'd put the 4 drives in and just not connect them, but I could just as soon do all 6 at once. And I'm also going to inventory drives. I'm going to record their serial numbers. Because I kind of want to. It's kind of OCD of me, but I want to pick which drives are the parity drives, and I'll be able. I'm pretty sure I'll be able to see the serial numbers in the user interface when I choose the drives when I'm building the pool, the Z pool. So, you know, there's no technical reason I need the serial numbers. It's purely OCD, unnecessary organization. Okay, so the fans should be connected properly. Everything should still work. So let me true NAS. So I finally organized my USB drives. So I identified, like, here's the one that has the Windows 11 installer, Unraid. I actually paid for the license on Unraid, so I kind of wasted money there until I actually build my Unraid. I'm going to build an Unraid box at some point in time, but I'll just use external hard drives and a little mini PC that I have. And then I have TrueNAS Core, but I'm going to use TrueNAS Scale. So what's interesting is Unraid, that USB drive for Unraid, that's actually the boot disk for Unraid, and you run the OS off of the USB disk. And they do a questionable thing where they tie your license to the GUID of the USB drive. So if you lose the USB drive, you lose access to your license. And they do have a way to transfer the license over, but you can only do it once a year or some shit like that. You know, people are up in arms about the fact that it's you know, you pay a fee, but you know, you got to pay sometime. Oh, this is a generation 1. It runs at 5 gigabit, so it doesn't need to. Okay, so let's see if this thing turns on. Which way is correct? Let me look at my little skateboard. Why does this not? These casters are like. Do I have any? Hang on. Silicone or let's use a silicone. Oh, no air. Okay. I don't know where my 3-in-1 is, so. Wow, it totally followed me. Scary. I've got a stalker. I know somewhere in my kit I've got a little squeeze bottle of 3-in-1, but I don't know where that particular kit is. I think it's in the garage. Ugh, so heavy. Oh my God. Okay. All right, so I wonder what the camera's doing right now. This plugs into here. That is the HDMI. So this Intel processor is, it's a K, so it's unlocked and it's got the iGPU. So I can actually use the motherboard video connector. And I need USB and USB and 1 gigabit Ethernet. Okay, let's turn on the monitor. Oh, it's already on. Da, da, da. Okay. So let me. Little GTX 1050. Just hang around. Just casual like. Okay. Ooh, ah! Put these over here. Okay. Steal the drive serial numbers and do identity theft. I'll report myself. Okay, I'll take a look at make sure the fans are spinning before I come up for air. Oh, damn. Things are loud as fuck. Holy shit. Oh my god. They're 3,000 RPM fans, and so they're going full speed right now. So let me get it so you guys can see this. So it's gone right into. That's interesting that it remembered to boot from the USB from when I installed Unraid, or when I started the install of Unraid. Install. WD Black SN770 space, and then okay. This erases all partitions and data. Yes. Administrative user, TrueNAS admin. Oh, I can use the web UI? What address will it grab? Oh God, did I just screw myself? Man, listen to those things. Woo. Oh, you can't hear. Shoot. Oh, maybe you can hear from my mic. Man, them drives are gonna be cool. TrueNAS installation on NVMe 0 and 1 succeeded. Please reboot and remove the installation media. Damn, that was fast. Installation media. Ugh. Wow, the air is really flowing. Reboot system. Wow. Holy, that's impressive. Are you dead? What do you want? What do you want? Gotcha. It's so funny. They've had this bed for years, and they rarely, no one owns the bed. It's just whoever wants it on any given night. But usually they don't want it. Watch out, watch out, watch out. Whoa, look how tiny it is. I'm assuming it's going to grab an address from the DHCP server, question mark. I don't see an IP address yet. So I'm assuming at the very end it will show me an IP address. There it is. 42.225. Configure network interfaces. Can I assign an address? No, I can just use MDNS. Well, for now I don't. 42.225. Set up local administrator. Do I need to set up a local administrator? Let's not and see what happens. I don't know what you guys are seeing on this camera, but it's charged and it's paid for, so. Wait, this phone? Yeah, this one. You know, that's one of the things I use my money for. I paid off, I paid off the equipment part of my phone, so I'm just paying for service now. I like to buy the phones outright or pay off the equipment something program as soon as I can, so that I own the phone free and clear. So I bought this plastic bag assortment. Hello, look down here. Will you track? Will you track? You will not track, okay. So I got this plastic bag assortment. So I've got all these different sizes of bag, right? Because I'm thinking, oh yeah, if I get a variety of sizes, I'll be able to use them all. It's like, no, I'm only using the small baggie, the 2x3 baggie. I needed to buy like 3 times of as many of these as the others. It's like you buy assortments because you think, oh yeah, I'm gonna need a different size, but it's like, no, you really need a lot of one. I really like how strong those fans are. I want those fans for my daily driver box. They're so loud. Oh my god. I wonder if the motherboard supports modulating fan speed. I'll check that later. So either that's on default or it's just set, at takeoff power. 80% EGR. You stay over there. Okay. Let me open up a window over here. 198, 168, 42, 225. True NAS. Oh my god. Let me show this to you. Window capture. Wrong window. Pop. This window. Nice. Okay, so administrator user, true NAS admin, and root user not recommended. Okay, I will do the yeah. Alexa, turn off ceiling lights. Yes. Password. Can I do this without you guys seeing? Yep. Let me log into my password manager. Okay. So there's my password. Oh, that's too smart. 32 characters. That's enough. Okay, you guys get that? You are saving on TrueNAS. Username is, I don't know what the username is. Let's just save it with the password alone. It's TrueNAS_admin. Oh, it's taken off again. TrueNAS, here it is. So if I go here, okay, you can't see this part. It's TrueNAS_admin with my short 32 character random password. Yeah, let's save that. So I'm just updating what I use 1Password for my password manager. So I just updated its record for the login info. Okay, so we got a running system here. Wow, I did nothing. I just answered like the one question on the installer to actually let it install on the NVMe drive. And you saw I did nothing else at the prompt because I didn't configure the network. I didn't do any of that stuff. Wowzers. So what do we got here? We got nothing going on. So there's no drives, obviously. System. It will never be this clean again. Wow. Oh, I'm so glad I did this instead of Unraid. This is more betterer. Oh my God. I can't believe I paid the license for Unraid. I should have done the 30-day free trial. Freaking jumped the gun. So technically I've wasted it, but technically I've not because I can still experiment with it, a 6-drive setup in the future, but not right now. Oh, I can do 2-factor. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Alerts, funny icon, configure. Can I assign a new server name, a new host name? Platform generic, electric eel. Is it Debian underneath? I don't know. Host name is TrueNAS. Can I click, click, click? I want to change the host name to, hello. Why can't I edit it? I am clicking, but nothing is happening. Click, check for updates. Wow, this is really neat. They didn't take off. I'm going to sleep. All right, Vanna, thanks for coming. We will see you when we see you. I'm sure I'm going to see you like in the next day or so on somebody's stream. When do we not see each other? Huh. So there's nothing exciting here because I don't have the drives to set up. So that will have to wait. Wow. Does it expose the fans, I wonder? Here's storage. Create pool. Oh, wow. I better watch a video. I've heard about data sets. I don't know exactly how to. Okay, shares live on top of the pool, so none of this happens yet. Data protection, backup tasks, cloud sync snapshots. So I'll be using snapshots. Oh, rsync. I can use that for if I can have locally attached storage. Maybe using those 3 open spots, I can use rsync to do the manual backup, so I don't have to do it over the network. I can just have it. I can just have the TrueNAS box do it internally. I just have to have big hard drives in those top 3 positions that I'm not using. Oh, it's okay. Just spend $1,000 on hard drives. Wow. This is impressive. It looks really impressive. I can't do anything with it, but it looks really impressive. Advanced settings, is this where I set, you'd think host name is actually a basic setting or a general setting. Add license, GUI, localization, NTP server, Debian pool. So Debian knows when I'm asking for time. What time is it? It is 11:28. So the clock is, it's more or less right. SMTP, I can set that up later. Manage configuration. I'll have to save that. Settings. Oh, two-factor. I can do that later. Network. Host name. TrueNAS. Here you go. So I want to name this. So the name of the PC was Dynamini, which is Dynamini was a Nereid, a daughter of Poseidon, I think. So this is Dynamini TAC NAS, NAS. Local domain, that's right. Name server is no, I don't want that name server. I don't want a local name server. I want cloud share name server. My IPv6 is 2060. No, 2060 4700 4700. 1111. I believe that's my first IPv6. Hang on, let me check. Oh, here, it's still here. 2606 4747. Yep, I got it right. 2606. So I got it wrong. 2606. Oh, I don't know what the gateway is though. Okay, so let's not use IPv6. Dynamini TAC NAS. Okay. So let's update the password, or the URL will be dynamini tacnas.local. Save. Okay, so let's see if Windows can see this. Let's open up a Explorer window. Where is? Can I just Dynamini TAC NAS? Do you see it? He does not. Let me switch out of my, let me minimize my, I mean, it's still working. Network discovery is turned off. Click to change. Turn on. Allow all the, oh, I think I did the wrong thing. TrueNAS. Okay, it's cached the original host name of TrueNAS. It doesn't see dynamini.net. So I might need to wait a little while. I don't want to reboot the machine. It's a hassle rebooting this machine. I am lazy. Okay, so let me bring the Prism back up. Yeah, so I don't know what more I can do here. Static routes, virtualization, virtualization, apps. Oh, do I have to check available apps? We can do this. Let's see what we've got. MeTube is a web GUI for YouTube dash D. No way! Oh my God, I think I can actually use that. So if it's what I think it is, I'll be able to use YouTube TAC DLP to download, videos from YouTube. Hopefully it'll have like the ability to queue up downloads. I just have to supply the URLs for the, I wonder if it can mate the video only files with audio only files. Would I need like FFmpeg on here though? I don't know. 133 available apps. Let's refresh the catalog. Show all, please. AdGuard, Oliver, modern download automation tool for torrents and Usenet. Torrents, really? Bazaar is a companion application to Sonar and Radar. Jesus Christ, it's like pirate software, literally. Literally. Ebook Needs. Castopod is an open source hosting platform made for podcasters. I do not podcast. ClamAV, open source antivirus toolkit. Chia is a modern crypto. Yeah, Cloudflare. Time for no thanks. Cloudflare tunnel. That's above my pay grade. Dynamic DNS. Dashi is a self-hostable personal dashboard built for you. Don't know what that means. Draw.io is whiteboarding diagram software application. Interesting. I don't know if I can use that for anything that comes to mind. Flare Solver, Cloudflare, DDoS guard protection, Frigate. Oh, NVR with real-time object detection for IP cameras. Holy shit. That I might be able to use that. I don't have any IP cameras, but handbrake. Yes. I'm definitely going to use that. Oh, this is stupid. The CPU on my main machine is stronger than the CPU in the NAS. Why would I use handbrake on the NAS? I'm an idiot. So, of course, this is the thing where it's like, oh, you've got to make your NAS be the most powerful machine in the room. Man, those hard drives are going to be frozen. What's the stream time? 3:37. Let's cut this off at 4 hours because I know it's late for a lot of you guys, and I've run out of stuff to do for the night since I'm holding off on the hard drives, and I want to get more parts in. This is only 133 apps, but there's still interesting things here. Minecraft. Oh, here's MeTube again. Minecraft Bedrock. Mine OS is a server front end to ease managing Minecraft administered. Oh, that's way over my pay grade. NetBoot lets you Pixie boot various operating system installers. Oh, that's handy. I'd never need that, but that's very handy for someone other than me. File sharing server that puts the control and security of your own data back in your hands. Yeah, I gotta have that in my hands. Overseer. What the hell is it with all these double R ending words? Piehole. Here it is. Piehole. Definitely use that. Oh, sorry. I was yelling. PyGallery 2 is a fast directory first photo gallery website with rich. Really? I do not have a good way of. I used to use iPhoto on Mac, but I want something I can do under Windows. And right now, all I have is my bulk collection of photos, but no organization. I gotta find something. Maybe I can find some solution here. I can do Plex. I'm not big on having actually a media server. I've never had the the storage space to have like to rip videos. So Qbit torrent. I actually use the client of this on my old PC, and I've held off installing it on the new PC. But I see here that it's on the. I can have it on the NAS, and that is where it belongs. So I will be using Qbit torrent. Rsync daemon. I could probably use the built-in one though. Wait, Satisfactory? The game? Interesting. SFTP server. Syncing is a continuous file synchronization program. I might be able to use that. I mean, I can use rsync for a lot, but I don't know. Maybe I can use that as well. I don't know. Terraria. Transmission designed for easy and powerful use. Transmission. I remember using that, I think, on my Mac. That is, I think, a torrent client, I think? Question mark? Umami is a simple, fast, privacy-focused alternative to Google Analytics. What is the beeping? Why am I getting the beeping? I was about to say my name, which is not really that big a deal, but got an expensive item on your wish list. Thrown. There's nothing on my wish list. All right, a little update from Amazon. They have shipped one of the hard drives I ordered. So I should be getting another one of these tonight. Otherwise, I shall be quite put out. And then they shipped my other little gifty gift, which is going to somebody. All right, so I am waiting on one more thingy. So, Unify Protect Backup. Oh, that I was not expecting to see Unify stuff here. Unify controller? No way. Oh my God. Oh my God. I'm never going to live in a place where I need to like have more than one Unify access point. So it's like I don't even need a dedicated Unify controller. I'm kind of surprised to see that though. Shit. Zigbee 2MQTT. Interesting. It's a Zigbee bridge. WordPress, webcon. Well, okay, this is interesting. Aren't there? How do you get more? There's got to be more than 133 apps. Jesus. Am I not seeing like the whole repository or something? Huh. Okay, well, this is definitely very fascinating. But I think I have exhausted the topic for the evening. So let me shut this guy down. Power. Yeah, let's shut him down. I don't need that. I don't need those jet engines going off. Wow, that is just, I'm impressed how easy that was to install. I do want to review the ZFS setup for the pools. I don't think I need to set up a data set, but I think I just need to set up a pool, and then I can put shares on top of that, but I'll check that. I remember playing with ZFS a long time ago, and I just could not understand the terminology and the configuration. And ZFS was, less well developed, and I was running it on a really weak box with not enough RAM. And so ZFS, I'd read that, ZFS loves memory. So having like, I think 8 gigabytes is the bare minimum, is the floor. And the machine I was running it on had like 4 gigabytes of RAM. So it was not a happy situation. But that was a long time ago. So anyway. So I have this, this is now open. This is now free. So the new PC's got so many more USB ports, and most of them are 10 gigabit or faster. It's got very few 5 gigabit Gen 1 ports. I think that the only 5 gigs it has are the 2 in the front. Everything back is 10 gigabit or faster. I think it only has 3 PCIe slots too, so I don't know. I don't need to install this for anything, and I don't want to use up any precious slots if I don't have to. So this I can put in the junk pile. Clear behind, clear behind. Mm-mm-mm-mm. Beans Gambit. Hello. Ah, Coco, what happened? Aren't you paying attention? I'm rolling around on this chair. Don't give me that look. Oh, are you guys seeing this? Oh, private, private, private. Oh, even worse. More privater. Let me turn that layer off, shall we? Ah. Okay, so the server is shut down. So if I get the drives tomorrow, if I get all 6 tomorrow, I will install them tomorrow. Um I wonder if I should just go ahead and buy 2 more fans. Because maybe if I put in 2 more fans, this machine will fucking take off. Actually, as fast as they turn, I probably just need to add 1 more so that I have 2 in and then 2 inputs and 2 outputs. Who Beans? Okay, I kind of remember Who Beans, but it has been a while. Yeah, so you missed it all. I did a little bit of hardware swapping in on my old PC. Put in some new fans, replaced the SSDs I was using in it. I can never find the damn camera, so I had 2 of these in my old PC. So these are now unemployed in Greenland. Um, um, so the true NAS server, it needs a tiny amount of space, but I bought a 256 gigabyte SSD for it. Another NVMe like this. I put that in. I put in the 3 Hawk fans, which are 3,000 RPM units, so they sound like jet engines spooling up. Um, but I did not install the hard drives because I'm waiting to get all 6 in. Uh, Beans, I actually, over the last couple streams, I've kind of explained how like the last few years have not been going well, but despite that, I've been doing the best I can and kind of got a lot of relief and support from being online. But so the last few years have been pretty shitty, but actually everything's getting better now because, and I'm going to say it in a very brutally direct way, but everything's getting better now because my dad died. And that is the blunt way to say it. But because he's passed on, I'm able to move on with my life. I took care of my dad, so I have 2 things on my to-do list. One is to take care of my brother, who's in a care home, and that is almost done. And then 3 is getting through the probate process of my dad's estate. So life is getting better and in tangible ways. More so than in any time in the last 6 years. So I know I don't show it because I don't emote that way, but I'm happy that I can really see a light at the end of the tunnel. Where before I knew there was an end of the tunnel intellectually, but I could not. I literally couldn't see it because it was too far away, and 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 the light at the end of the tunnel required my dad to pass on, which is an awful thing to. You don't want it, and I never wanted that. It's just, it was one of the preconditions for me moving on. So, he did pass away, and I'm relieved. I did my duty by him, got him all set up, and now I'm just doing the rest of the task, get my brother set up, and then take care of probate, and then if everything works out, I will be moving out of Vegas by the end of 2025 and probably becoming a Yinzer, if you know what that is. Um, the what fans? The Hawk fans, not Tua fans. Same thing. Yeah, thanks, Beans. things are getting better. It's what can I say? It's like I've crested the mountain, so now it's downhill. So and that's not literally the case, but it's really the case in the sense that Dad did pass away. I took care of all that, the arrangements we took care of. He had his service. He was seen off. I put his urn in his columbarium, so he's in his final resting place with my mom. Um, so that was most of the way up the hill. Um, Moving my brother from his current care home to his new one, that was really the crest of the hill. And he just transferred over today. In fact, he's spending his first night there. So there's just some healthcare arrangements that need to get made for on an ongoing basis. But once that's done, so I've already crested the hill. I'm on the way down. Um, Once the his healthcare arrangements are set, then that's just an ad money situation, and so um, he's got money because the two of us did. We were beneficiaries to my dad's life insurance, so we both have money. Um, so I'm already on the downhill side of the hill. It's starting to pick up speed. When my brother's situation is resolved, hopefully by the end of the month, I'll be cooking. I just got to get through probate, which will take almost a whole year. Spin on that thing. These fans are crazy. I knew they were 3,000 RPM fans, um, but I was assuming they're PW pulse width modulated fans, so I'm assuming they can spin slower, and I did hear them spin slower. So, but man, when the PC boots up, it's there. There's no command signal, so they're turning at full RPM, and they're like going. There's two on the intake and one on the exhaust. Um, I'll get another one, so it'll be four total fans because I think that's probably going to be plenty. Because the air is really blowing in there. Holy! Like I said, I want to do that on my new machine because the new machine's got two intakes and one exhaust and the AIO fans, but they're RGB fans and they're pretty. So I'll probably keep those and have it be quiet. People value quiet PCs, I guess. I don't know why, but they do. Ah. So I think I have achieved the goals indicated by the title of the stream. Building a NAS out of an old PC. What the hell else did I say? What the hell else did I say? Install new drives. Well, I just did the SSDs. Replaced fans. Did those. Also testing new camera and mic. So I am testing. Well, passively because I'm not really experimenting with the settings. So I got one of these recently. Wait. Oh, hang on. Oh, is this guy running out? So I got one of these things recently. That's an OBS bot. It's not focusing. So it's a AI driven, fully gimbaled camera, and it really does have that weird ability to follow you around the room. And then you can see the the anchor work lavalier mic, and that actually comes in this box here. That little coffin thing is the battery, and to recharge the mics. And so the second mic is in there, and then the thing on top is the receiver. Can I open this? Yeah, there. So the case, right, organizes it and also holds also is the charger. So the case has a battery, which can recharge the mics, and then I can plug in the case into the computer either for power only or into a computer host so that for communication. And there's an app that's you use with this to access the each of these mics has 4 gigabytes of storage. So not only can you stream your audio to the receiver, you can store the audio files locally on each mic. So the upshot of that is if your connection is poor, you can have a backup copy of the audio that you would just have to marry up with the video and editing. But you can have a backup copy of the audio stored on the microphone itself, which is kind of neat. That's a slick feature. When I first connected to the computer, I was wondering where did these two 4 gig drives come from, and it's like, oh shit, they're from the they're from the microphones. So yeah, so it's an Anchorwork M650, and it comes with 2 mics. Um, so if I was interviewing someone, I could give them the other mic, or I could put a mic on the other side of my desk. I could have the 2 mics, but you might get an echo. I don't know. Um, but I've got the one here that's on my shoulder, and it's in a good spot, so I don't need the second mic. I guess the beauty though is that the mics I think they'll last 5 hours plus, and because I'm long-winded and have no plans, my streams just run forever. So I could probably run down one of these mics. So having the second one just ready, I could change over to it relatively seamlessly, and then put the spent mic in the case to recharge. So it's actually a good solution. And I think these are originally like $300, and I got this as a new item from eBay for 165. So they're definitely less expensive than at introduction, and they seem totally worth it. And Soko's has some. I don't know if the ones Soko has. I don't know if those are Yume's or if they're Soko's. I don't know, because I know Yume has some mics. I just don't know if they're well, of course they would be these. She's the one that suggested these. So those are the ones that I think are Soko's are probably Yume's. And then Peachy Bun's got the white version. So I got the black version because I didn't have a choice. It was what the auction had. So I got the black version. They do have little replaceable covers, but I can't. There's no key that lets me rotate the cover, and so I'll have to fight with that. But for the first time ever, I've actually got decent sound on my stream, because my sound has been awful this whole time. Like my last stream, the sound is desynchronized, and I think that's because there's latency, because I was using one of my iPhones, the iPhone I migrated out of was my old face cam, and then my iPhone before that was my auxiliary cam, the camera that's producing the view on the right. Well, the view on the right is coming from my old iPhone XR. So now my former phone is now my second phone, and my third phone is now decommissioned. I've got it right here. So this is an iPhone 7, and I was using this as the second camera. But now I can use the next better phone for that. And then I have this old webcam here that's just throwaway. And I'm using the nice OBSBot cam for face cam. And it's like the camera, because it's actually taken a better image than the iPhone camera. It seems to have better focus technology, and it's got the tracking, which is just weird as hell, but it seems to work. We're almost at 4 hours, gang. Then I'll release the class. But yeah, it looks like that's it for today. I just did the SSD and the fans. If I get the last 2 drives tomorrow, I will have a stream tomorrow to install the drives and get those configured. So I'll study up on ZFS tonight and tomorrow, so I can do it once. I don't know that I'm going to start populating the array though, because I have I got 22 terabytes of data I need to put on the array. The tracking, it has a number of modes. I'll read what the categories are called. It has standard motion, which is like a general category. Then it has normal tracking, which is what I'm using now. I'm using standard and normal tracking. Then I can set a target, upper body, close up, headless, and lower body. So I presume the AI can identify the shapes of human bodies and look for them. and it does have this gesture-based thing where if I do this, wait, it's not working. If I do this, it will zoom in. It's not working. Hello. Or is it this? It's not working. It's turning me into a liar. Hello. So if it was working, it would zoom in and zoom out using those gestures. And then there's a way where you can get its attention. Oh, yeah. Okay, you can't see it, but the camera, the blue light flashed, and now it went out of normal tracking. What the hell? Now it's on green, blue. It turned, oh, okay, look, that turned on tracking. Oh shit. So this symbol, it should turn off. No? Clearly I have to read the instructions more than once. But it's generally been working. It's been following me around the room. And then when it gets lost, it just kind of looks at the ceiling. So I don't know. But Maddie's got the higher end version of this. I don't know which version Soko has. Excuse me. But the version Maddie has is the OBSBot Tiny 2, and this is the OBSBot Tiny 2 Lite, I believe. So she has the better camera. I think it's got a bigger image sensor on it. It seems to have the same slew rate for the gimbal function. I don't know in what other ways that it's better. But yeah, so Soko's got either this one or Maddie's. So we've all got this motion tracking thing, and it's really cool. I knew these things existed, but I just assumed that it was really expensive. But this thing was on sale. It's normally $180, and it went on sale a couple days ago on Amazon. So I wasn't gonna buy this camera, but I just saw it. It dropped down to 143. So at that price, it's like it's a no-brainer. So as soon as I saw that little pop-up ad or whatever the hell it was when I was on Amazon, I just bought it. And 1 o'clock? Oh, midnight. Oh yeah. 1 o'clock, the light over my right shoulder will turn off, but at midnight, it turns off the main light in the room, and it looks like it turned off my fan. But you can't hear the fans because the noise reduction on the mic is actually working very well. It's kind of uncanny. I tested it today. Noise reduction off, you can hear the fans in the room, but noise reduction on the lowest setting, it's got two settings. It's got low and a high. Low setting, it completely makes the fan noise go away. Now that was very impressive. And on high, it actually starts to affect my voice quality. So it's overkill. The high is overkill. But I'm indoors, but I have a large street just outside my windows here, and if the windows are open, it gets much noisier in here during the day because of the amount of traffic. So this is kind of neat. And since I'm staying in the house, another 9-10 months, it's like, these are what the streams are going to look like. But it's kind of, I have to figure it out. I was kind of hesitating. I could have streamed yesterday or the day before, but I was hesitating because I wasn't trusting that I could get the camera to work properly. But I just mounted it in a better position, and it seems to be tracking the way it's supposed to. So I guess that's a good thing. Something is flashing here. What the heck? That's weird. The title bar for my tab was flashing. So because I changed PCs, I happened to also I had a problem with OBS on the previous PC. So when I moved over to this new PC, like last week, I decided I would try Prism Live, which is an OBS-based streaming package. And it seems to it works just like OBS, but it's got a bit more polish on it. So I was able to stand up my whole setups in Prism Live fairly quickly, um, which is cool. And there are some elements that are created in Stream Elements that are, they're web browser elements. Those come over as is because this is OBS. It's just Prism Live OBS. Um, but because I've had to recreate, like I have to experiment with the audio settings too, because I used to have a banana something sound meter, an audio app, and that was pretty confusing for me to use. And I bought it for reasons other than streaming. So I was using it with my streaming setup. It was very confusing. So I did not install it on the new PC, so the sound setup is simpler. Um, but I still wanna figure out how I can do the split VOD track so that I can have like copyrighted music playing, not have it go out with the broadcast VOD, but not the VOD that gets saved by Twitch. Um, I want to refigure that out and set that up. But right now, if I played copyrighted music, the VOD would get muted. But with the split audio track deal, you can play copyrighted music and it doesn't end up in the saved VOD. It's only in the broadcast VOD, so you're safe from muting. So I got to experiment with getting that work. So yeah, we got I got working sound now, which will let me delay when I have to get a nice mic. Or I think the mic is fine. I just need I need a sound isolating base for it. Because when I pound on the desk, my desktop mic picks that up, and it's very sensitive. Um, yeah, sound is like the big deal. It's like the make or break for a stream, right? I mean, even if your visuals are fine, sound is critical. Um, and I've just got so many sound sources now. And then the other problem I have is, if I watch something on a web browser, you guys will hear it through my mic. You won't hear it through OBS getting the audio stream, somehow in the background. So I have to figure that out. Yeah, the sound. Oof, there's like too many little things. There's a streamer I follow that uses that during Lego building streams. Ah, okay, yeah. Oh my God! What time is it? It's just past midnight. Should I have a snack or should I go to sleep? I don't know. Warm Diet Pepsi. Oh, this stream not sponsored by Pepsi. That is definitely product placement. Let's get some Sony logos in there too. Oh, sorry about that. Yeah, got to make money somehow, I guess. What's weird is I stream inconsistently, so I might be able to stream actually regularly um, now that my brain is in a better place. But I actually streamed enough, and apparently there were enough subscribers that I got paid. Like $57 came from Twitch, and I wasn't expecting to see any money from Twitch ever. And I think it went over a threshold, which triggered the payment. So I don't know how many streams that represents or how many months. But ooh, excuse me. I'm not yawning. I'm burping. Yeah, but apparently there's money to be made, and that's I'm not streaming for the money. I'm not even streaming to be a streamer. It's like I'm not a streamer. It's just it was kind of easy to do, and I already had the equipment, and now I just have better equipment, and I'll have more room too because I'm gonna get rid of this old bed, you know, and then set up my futon on the floor in the spare bedroom once I clean that out. I started cleaning it out today, but there's so much there's mice droppings all over it. So if I clean it up, there's so much stuff in the air that after an hour my lungs will start to seize up. So I have to wear a mask. So I moved some big bins this afternoon. I'm going to mask up and move the other four. Then I'll be able to move some furniture around, which will free up floor space for me to put the futons down. And once I have a futon set up, then I can take this bed down. This bed mattress are ancient, so they're just going to get thrown away. So I'll get this bed and mattress out of the room, and I'll be like this furniture behind me, I'll be able to push it back. So I'll have the whole floor behind me open, for nothing in particular, but I'll have room. So it'll be the thing I like at Maddie's office, she has a fair amount of space behind her. And obviously in her drum room, in her basement, she has a lot of space. Finn's got a ton of space in his streaming room. Peachy's got the living room in her apartment is her streaming room. So she's got space. Soko is in a relatively narrow room, so she doesn't have much space behind her. So Soko's actually got more space than I do because I have this furniture right behind me. But once I get rid of the bed, I can move all this furniture behind me like 8 feet. So I'll have a lot of space behind me. Again, I don't know what, but it means that I'll have room to back up and stuff. You're not a streamer. Then explain the live stream. I'm saying, okay, so okay, obviously I'm engaging the act of streaming, but it's like someone who knows how to play notes on a piano. You wouldn't call him a musician. Like if they know how to read notes and know which notes correspond to the keys on the piano, they can play a song. But you wouldn't call them a musician. You might say that they're performing the function of a musician, but they've no training. They're not. It's not actually their avocation. So I'm not a streamer in the sense that I don't want to stream. Like Maddie wants to stream. Soko wanted to stream. All of them wanted to stream. I wanted to learn how the software works. And the best way to do that is to actually go through the whole motion of streaming. So technically I'm a streamer, but avocationally what I choose to do is not streaming. It looks like streaming. So I'm playing with words. But it's like it's not like something that I yeah, just in for the software. It's it's something to do, and because like before my dad passed away, I was basically a caregiver, so I couldn't think of anything else. I couldn't. It was very hard for me to do other things. Not to mention not working outside of the house. So I wasn't working. My job actually closed down before COVID. It ended December 31st, 2019. COVID hit February, March 2020. So I was already unemployed when COVID hit. So I just remained unemployed. Then my dad's health, my mom died in 2019. So I was already kind of taking over managing the house. And then, COVID happened. And then I never went back to work because more and more I had to do around here. So I do a little bit of work on the side that's IT related to help a friend, with their business technology. But, I haven't worked a regular job in 6 years. 6 years. Which is going to make my rental application interesting because I will have no work history. And they can't even call my last 2 jobs because my last job, it doesn't exist anymore. And the job before that, the owner sold to another owner. So I don't even know if my old supervisor is still there. So it's like, what's my job history? No one can vouch. And what's my rental history? Well, I've lived in my dad's house all this time. I haven't rented. I haven't rented. And before that, I owned my own home, but, lost it to foreclosure. Okay, can we talk to your previous landlord? Well, he's ashes in an urn right now. I mean, give me a minute. Maybe I can wake him up. So I don't know. So anyway, I'm not a streamer. All that to say, I'm not a streamer. But I'll probably stream more regularly. I'll probably not stream more regularly on Fridays. Yeah, I got to spend the next few months, you know, emptying out my storeroom, figuring out what I'm going to bring to Pittsburgh when I move, and what I'm just leaving. Um, I need to give away or sell stuff that I can give away or sell. Um, and I definitely need to buy a bunch of plastic bins and just start packing away. I know, like right now, I can pack away all my electronic stuff. Um, I can pack away a lot of clothing. Um, I can pack a lot of the computer related stuff, and get to where I'm living using the bare minimum stuff so that when the time comes, I can easily load the pods container I'm going to use, and then when I get around to buying a used minivan, I'll be able to. The idea, my concept is that I want to have plastic bins of my computers, my clothes, and personal effects that I will move with me in the van. So me, the dogs, and these bins go with me in the van. Everything else I put in an 8x16 pods container, which, one of the services that pods provides, besides locally storing your metal container, in a local facility, they can also ship to other facilities around the country. So I will rent a pods container, have it put on the driveway here, take a month or two to load it, and then when I call them to pick it up, I'll tell them, oh, by the way, you know, can you store this at the facility north of Pittsburgh? I already looked it up. There's a facility north of Pittsburgh and southeast of Pittsburgh, not too far from I can't think of the name of that one station. So Maddie and I took the trolley to go downtown, and then there's a stop. There's a southernmost stop that we get on. I can't remember the name of it, but I was actually looking for apartments around there too. Um, if you use that as a reference point, that is south of Pittsburgh downtown proper, and then the one pod's location is northwest of that, so on the northern side of the Ohio River, and then the other one is east of that on the eastern side of the Monongahela River. So the Monongahela River comes in from Maryland from the southeast, and then the Allegheny River comes in from the northeast, and so they both kind of meet in the middle where Pittsburgh downtown is. And so as those two rivers come closer and they get to the Fort Point end of downtown, that's when they become the Ohio. It's kind of funny. They have these Native American names, Monongahela and Allegheny, and then they just become the Ohio River. It's like, come on, is there an original Native name? What happened to my phone here? Did it turn off? I think I lost the camera because this phone finally ran out of juice. Oh yeah, he ran out. Poor guy. He spent his last energy trying to broadcast a signal. So my two cameras have always been, excuse me, have always been these iPhones, and they just run their batteries down, and they don't recharge even if they're connected to power. So I connect into the power on the idea that, oh yeah, they're communicating with the PC, and they're also recharging. It's like, no, that's not the case, because the Prism Live software that you run on your phone, so you can run it on iPhone or Android, it uses Wi-Fi to talk to Prism Live on your PC. So it's connecting it with a USB cable doesn't get you power communication with the host. It's just does nothing. So it's like you just go, you're just going on battery power. That is the dirty little secret. It doesn't charge while it's functioning as a camera, which is neither here nor there. It's just the way it works. Yeah, they send it to ship some stuff en masse. Yeah. So I was looking that up because I was trying to like. There's no way I'm gonna make multiple trips to move to. Let me turn that off. To move to Pittsburgh. Which camera is that? So I want to get a minivan because I want to become a minivan mom. That's one of my. I aspire to do that. I want to get a minivan, so a nice used Toyota Sienna. I found many at CarMax, 2016 to 2021 model years. They're right around $20,000 to $22,000. Pastor Van, go to sleep, man. Thanks for looking. So I have a friend. She's had 2 model years of the Sienna. They're really great vans. I like Nissan dashes, but I tend not to like how Toyota does their dashes. But the dash on the Sienna is really nice. The interiors are done nice. So it's a really nice vehicle. And, huge front seats, huge, seats in the back. And then it's got 3rd row, which you can stow on the floor. I think I can get all my shit in bins in just the load area. Maybe a little bit on the 2nd row seats. But, when I make that drive across country, the dogs are going to get the floor in front of the 2nd row seats. And it turns out that's a lot of space. So it's actually I haven't had a car that big in a long time. So I'm going to be swimming in space during that drive. But that van is going to be full. But it's got to be pretty empty where the dogs are because I want them to be able to move around because we're going to do 8-hour stints, right? 8 hours in the car is not. It can't. If it was really cramped, it would be very unpleasant. So 8 hours is about, what's that? 400, 500 miles, 500 miles plus, depending on how much I can speed. Oh, I have to go faster than that or longer if I'm going to make it in a. Well, I'm only going to do one drive across country. So, if it takes 4 days, it takes 4 days. I don't know what that mileage is. I thought it was 3,000 miles, but it might be like 2,800 or something. I'll have to look that up. I can do multi-day drives. I've done multi-day rides, and rides take a lot more out of you than driving does. But, multi-day rides, it's like 3-hour stints, but maybe 2 or 3 of those. But in a car, you're not fighting the weather. But I'll have 3 dogs. I'll have 3 dogs and a heavy vehicle. I'll have to figure it out. It'll be a little adventure. I have to bring food and water for the doggos. And then we have to stop every couple hours for a poo break for them. It'll be fun. But what's crazy is it's pretty much, it's not guaranteed, but there's a good chance it's going to happen. Good chance it's going to happen. Because I want to leave Vegas, and I want to live. I want to live back east. I want to see what life is like back east. Because I know I can't afford California. So. Oh my God! It's 4:30. Jesus Christ! We completely blew past 4 a.m. See, this is what happens. 4 hours. This is what happens. This is what happens. I need a clock. Maybe even a physical clock in front of me with really bright numbers that show me the time. Oh my God, I could literally ask. Oh God, what's her name? Alexa, what time is it?
It's 12:22 a.m.
I could ask Alexa to give me an hour or give me a timer. Imagine. Imagine. Okay, 6 minutes. We'll go to 4.5 hours. Then I will end the stream so that you guys can go about your business. And I might have a little snack. I know it's after midnight, but I'm feeling a little hungry. I think I have a burger I can eat. Um, I know I had to Astra stream tonight, so I needed to download her VOD so I can upload it to YouTube. She's one of the streamers I make. I maintain her YouTube VOD archive, but she hasn't given me access to her Twitch dashboard, so I can't export from her Twitch account directly to YouTube. I do that for Peachy, Soko, Femboy UK. I think those are the only three that I have Twitch dashboard access. And then I support another. I also support Claire the Maid, but I download his VODs and upload them. So same thing I do for Astra. And that's partly why I need so much storage space, because I'm downloading these VODs, and because I'm a pack rat, I keep the data. So I've just been accumulating all these VODs. And I got the 16 terabyte drives at the end of 2021, beginning of 2022. So it took all this time to effectively fill them. It took this time to fill them and 8 terabytes. So 24 terabytes worth of drives. It took basically 2 years to fill them up. 2 years. All of 21, 22, 23, 24. So 4 years to fill up those drives. So this 65 terabyte array I'm building is going to last forever. I'll be dead before I fill it up. I got to make sure to will it to somebody. I'll be able to use the NAS as a heater. But Pittsburgh is so cold even in the summer, so it's like it's not going to be that hot. It'll be perfect in the winter. I probably won't need a big heating bill because my PCs will provide all the heat. I'm getting a lot of heat off of the new PC. So I don't know if it's because it runs hotter or if it's just moving its air better. But compared to the old PC, it's moving. It's a lot warmer. But this old PC with the new fans is probably going to move a lot of heat. Pre-roll ads are on. Run an ad break to disable them. I don't know what that means. Will different people each drive? They'll need to assemble them like Exodia to read the data? I don't understand. Pre-roll is people first join the stream. Really? I thought it meant something else. Don't ask me what I thought it meant, because I can't explain what I thought. Give each drive to someone different in the will. Well, it's a ZFS drive pool, so the data is not standalone, right? It's not like Unraid where you can break up the set and each drive is readable by itself. With ZFS, it's going to be like a traditional RAID where the data is unintelligible unless you have their RAID together. No, because they'd think they'd be getting the data, and it's like, oh, I got garbage. This isn't funny. What a loss. So I would just be spreading a loss. And there's only 6 drives, so it's like only 6 people would experience this. Clearly, I have to convert the NAS to using 4 terabyte drives. So I would need, what, 16 drives? 18 drives, because I want dual parity. God, how much power would that suck up? I found a case for $100 that has 10 drive slots. So that would be better than what I got now, because what I got now tops off at 9. So if I really wanted to max it out, I could get that new case for $100 and just rebuild the PC. Just fill it up full of these Hawk Tuah fans. Thing will freaking take off like a drone. It'll generate so much lift. But 10 drives, so it would be 8 data drives. 8 data drives. So if there were 18 terabyte units, so I already figured out that my 18 terabytes format down to about 16.35. So if it was 8 of those, that would be 130.8 terabytes. So 8 data drives, 2 parity drives. Excuse me. 130 terabytes of dual parity resilient redundant data. Damn, that's a lot. That really needs to be split up though. So 10 drives, but I want dual parity, so that's 5 drives per array. 3 usable drives. 3 usable drives is only 49.1 or something, like 49 terabytes. So if I split those 10 drives into 2 arrays of 5 drives each with dual parity, so 2 drives for parity, 3 drives for data, the net storage is 49 terabytes versus 130 terabytes if you use all 10 together. But you could have the NAS back up one array to the other, full size. But, ZFS does snapshots, so you don't necessarily need to back up that way, but you want to back up because you want to have more than one physical copy, and snapshots is not the same thing. It's snapshots still depend on that original array to be intact. So if the array goes hooey, even if you've got regular snapshots, you can still lose the data because that data is still in the array, and if you lose the array, that's the data. So you still need to copy somewhere else. And I can afford it, but it will afford me a whole month's runtime, so I'm not going to afford it. I'm just going to buy big dumb drives and not have another array. And it's only because I have this insane need to store these VODs that creates the need for this big data set, but I also have the insane need to want to have at least one backup. So it's expensive, and the only way I can afford it is because, I got this money from my dad dying, and I just have to make all these needs fit, and I can. I'm able to. It's just there's just a lot going on right now. But I mean, I said it already. Things are getting better. Just got to get through it. And the hardest part's done. Taking care of my dad was hard. Getting this stuff going with my brother was hard. But like I said, my brother's thing is 60% done. Hardest part's done. It's just phone calls now. And then the probate stuff is just filling out papers and paying the lawyer's fees. So yeah, it's just it's downhill, but not because I'm braiding down and about to die. It's downhill in the sense that it's easier now. There's still tasks to do, but they're easier. And now they're kind of rolling on their own. Well, actually, all these things were rolling on their own in a sense, but probate, like trying to get a guardianship over someone, involves the courts. So you're giving up control over the process because the courts are involved, and they set the calendar, and they set the rules for what you have to submit documentation wise. So in a way, it's good because I'd rather deal with a process like that where it's predefined and there's rules for it, rather than what I've been dealing with taking care of my dad and then taking care of my brother's situations, because there are no rules there. It's all up to me, and it's like the last thing my brain is capable of doing is thinking through all these things. You hit saturation fairly quick. It creeps up on you. It's like you don't expect it because you think, well, okay, you're losing a parent. It's a hard thing. For me, it's not because I was always estranged from my parents since college, so I don't feel the emotional impact of losing a parent. In neither case did I feel the emotional impact of it. The same with my dad. I actually resent my dad because of the situation he forced me to be in. And that's completely overriding any emotional response I'm having to his passing. But I'm still having an emotional response because there's still anger there, and there's frustration at the process, but there's no sense of loss. And I can't even tell you if there ever will be one, right? But I definitely feel anger about it because he just left me with, my dad was my brother's guardian. So my brother's guardianship in a legal sense still exists. It's just that there's no guardian performing the task because the last guardian, our dad, has died. But the guardianship still exists. It still has a legal existence. So we got to find somebody to put in that spot. Well, it's not going to be me. My uncle has agreed to do it. So that's what we're going to do. But yeah, I'm angry at my dad for just letting things get this way. But I could never express the anger towards him while he was alive because it would have been inappropriate and ineffective. So there was no point in bringing that to his attention. So it's just anger and resentment that I have to suck up. I mean, I could get counseling. The hospice place we were working with offers counseling for the survivors. I could get some, but I don't know that I need it. Maybe this is the counseling I need, or this is the therapy, just talking it out. I know that's how Finn used to tell us he liked streaming because he liked talking. He'd say, "I like talking to you guys," which is funny because I remember asking him during a stream. Right, I was already a mod, and I asked him, "Well, Finn, isn't it quiet on your end unless you hear an alert or you have music? If you don't have an alert and you don't have music playing, isn't it quiet in your room?" I didn't ask in so many words, but that was the meaning I was getting across. He said, "Yeah, actually, it's quiet." So he would say he was talking to us and he enjoyed talking to us. But it's just like what I'm doing with you guys now. I'm talking, you guys are hearing, and I'm seeing you respond back, but I don't hear your responses, right? Your chat messages aren't read out to me. They don't make a noise when you hit return. So it's a conversation, but it's mostly one way. So I kind of doubted. I believed that Finn was serious and sincere when he said that he enjoyed talking to chat and that for him it was therapeutic in a way. I think it's reasonable to believe. It's just the actual mechanics of it don't. I think it's because I'm old, right? And I'm used to doing things in person. So the idea of talking to a chat that's essentially silent and not getting an audible response, to me that is weird. But if you grow up in that, I guess it's different. He's Gen Z, I'm Gen X. There's a difference. There's definitely a difference. I don't know, that's what kind of makes it fun though. That's kind of what makes it fun. It's challenging for me to try to keep up with with younger people that think in completely different ways. People in their 20s, I mean, if you're 40, you're basically within my constellation for age. If you're in your 30s, you're definitely younger. But you've seen and heard enough. Jens, oh my God, how can you be awake? Aren't you're +9 for me? So it's just like 9:30 where you're at. So it's normal. You've had breakfast. What'd you have? um, my dog is looking at me like I'm an insane person. Who's she talking to? Who's she talking to? That was a good hot dog I gave you earlier, wasn't it, Coco? What did you think about that hot dog? Sonic had $1.50 chili dogs today. Oh my God, they're so good. Yeah, Jens, I'm having one of my short streams. I ended 40 minutes ago, but I haven't realized it, and I didn't hit the end stream button, so it's still gone. So I guess I didn't end stream 40 minutes ago. Okay, so we're going to 5 hours this time. We've gone past the halfway point. We're going to 5 hours. Um, you weren't here earlier, right? So you didn't hear about my plans for moving. You're gonna have to get that some other place. You'll have to get that. Oh, you'll have to watch the. No, don't watch the VOD. The VODs are boring. Holy shit, they're boring. Well, okay. Sonic's conies, they're chili dogs, right? They're chili cheese dogs. They're pretty good. They're pretty good, but I have to say the Costco hot dogs are still better. And those are plain hot dogs, right? That's just their bun and the dog, and I think those taste better. I haven't been to Costco in a while though. I actually didn't pay my yeah for like obvious reasons, budget reasons. I couldn't afford to renew my membership, but I should renew it now. But the problem is I don't need to buy for anybody. I didn't need to buy for my dad for the longest time, and my brother has been out of the house at his care home, so it's like I haven't actually needed to buy in quantity from Costco in a long time, what I was really buying for my dad's consumption was I would buy like 6 or 8 of those rotisserie chickens, and he would eat those for the whole week. And then what he didn't finish, he would feed to the dogs and the mice. Excuse me. So I stopped buying those chickens. And everything else I buy at Costco lasts a month, so it's like whatever. So I should probably do one more year. I don't know. I don't know. I've got to check though. I've got a rebate check, but then I won't be able to spend it unless I have an active membership. So they kind of get me coming and going. What do I need to buy at Costco besides food items? They have a lot of clothes. They have socks and underwear, men's and women's. They had household things too. I'm trying to minimize my household though. I gotta move to fucking Pittsburgh. I can't carry all this shit. Last place I should be shopping is Costco. Ugh, in the Berg straight up yinzing it. I DM'd Maddie earlier today thinking I was telling her like, it's looking like the chances of me moving to Pittsburgh are actually higher than before. And I told her I probably have to learn how to speak Yinzer. And then she comes back in freaking talking her talk, and it's like, what the hell is this woman saying? It looks like English, but it's not. I swear she's messing with us. When she drops into Yin speak Pittsburgh, she's messing with us. She doesn't talk that way normally. And she didn't talk that way normally until I started mentioning it on her streams, asking about it. Excuse me. I should have hit the mute button on there, but that's something that a disciplined streamer does, and not a streamer. I think it's so funny she's got that she can actually dip into that dialect. It's just like she doesn't talk that way normally, but you can tell she's immersed in it. Before I started mentioning it in chat, I had a legit interest in Pittsburgh because of her. I just wanted to learn more about Pittsburgh, right? I didn't go into those streams thinking, oh, I want to move to Pittsburgh. It's like I learned more about it because she lives there. It's like, oh, I want to learn more about where this person's coming from. Which is why I fell in love with the idea of moving there. And going there 3 times now, And the last time, I finally saw this, I finally saw it downtown. Well, I saw it downtown the time before that, but it was, during the day and only a small part of it. But having gone downtown in the cold, which makes it more interesting, more poignant, more the beauty of it, because it's lit and then people are going to what's effectively a Christmas market. It made, the whole vibe was really nice, but that made the city come alive for me. And also the insane need to remain warm so you don't die while walking in the cold. Jens, I don't hear a Southern accent in Peachy. I don't know if you do, but I don't hear, because I've heard Southern accents, from people who really have it. They don't have to exaggerate their speech. They just sound that way. And Peachy doesn't have it. Her to me, her speech is relatively neutral. There's some of it that could be attributed to Southern accents, but I think the democratization of the internet has kind of destroyed some regional accents, and it's only people that are really immersed in it that have it and can demonstrate it. Like look at Maddie. And I could say the same thing about Finn. Like with Maddie, she would occasionally say things and pronounce things in that way that was sounded like Pittsburghese. And the way she says downtown, she does that without exaggeration. That's a manifestation of that. Now, Finn does the same thing. Finn in earlier streams had said more things that made him sound like a Brummie, someone from Birmingham. And if you watch Peaky Blinders, which is set in Birmingham 100 years earlier, they have obvious Brummie accents. And if you listen closely to like Finn streams from 2020 and 2021, you'll hear Finn demonstrate those accents more just in passing. He's not trying to sound like a Brummie, but he says it. Sometimes he'll say a word and he says it like a Brummie would say it. But yeah, for the most part, his language is Americanized English, which is tragic. Which is funny because, like Barbie, right? His assistant, she's from Bristol, south of Birmingham, but she's moved to Birmingham to work for Finn. And I've heard her in mod VCs, and we've heard her on stream, and she has a very obvious accent, which is not Brummie, right? She's from Bristol. I think they call them. I think it's Bristol. Brissies are people from Bristol, so she has that accent. And then like Femboy UK, Jay, right? He's from around Manchester, so Mancunian is the accent those people have. He's got a little of it. I'm trying to think if there's anyone else that we know of. Nobody comes to mind. Koala effect. Let me hear your ideas on this. I don't know what the koala effect is. Yeah, and that's the thing. Accents become a thing because people are isolated, right? And people are isolated by the simple fact of being 10 miles away from the next village, right? Because 10 miles 100 years ago was an enormous distance. But 50 years ago, no, actually 100 years ago, that was not an enormous distance, maybe 150 years ago. But before the advent of cars, right? And so fast travel was trains or horses. Accents were easier to preserve, but as people are able to mix more because travel is faster and cheaper, accents are going to go away. They can't help but go away because people are mixing more and talking different because they're from different places. So it's kind of ironic or even sad that if you want to maintain cultural identity in the form of language and in the form of patterns of speech and accents, you have to isolate. which can have unfortunate, knock-on effects. Because you want to do trade with outsiders. You want to do commerce. You know you want to have food from other places because food from other places is interesting, and you kind of have to speak the language to get the food from other places. Man, I want to go to the UK. I got the money. I can do it. I want to go to the UK. I want to go to TwitchCon because it's going to be in Rotterdam and San Diego again. I think both places have their respective TwitchCons for a couple years. So I could go to San Diego. That's relatively easy to do. But I'd like to go to Rotterdam because I haven't. I've seen a tiny bit of Europe. I've been to Italy, and that was a bus tour. So we drove north. I'll probably get this wrong, but I'm pretty sure we touched a bit of Switzerland, Liechtenstein, which I know I said wrong. We probably didn't get to Austria. It was mostly we started in Milano, went north, looped through the other countries at the north of Italy, then looped back. Excuse me. Came down through Venezia, Venice, and then down to Rome. And it was just a 1-week tour. But it was fun. It was just me and my mom. In '97, when the year Soko was born. God damn if I can't find where those photos went. But that's the only time I've been to Europe. I never made it to the UK. I was planning to, I wanted to, because I was reading a lot of Jane Austen, I wanted to, touring Jane Austen country is a thing. They do Austen country tours. And a lot of Jane Austen stories are set in southern England, from Bath and oh God, what was the other one? There's another location closer to the coast, the Cornish coast. But Bath is one of the westernmost points that are in our stories, and then they cover all of southern England to the east. So in the books there are real, actual places, and they're all in southern England. So in 2008 I wanted to go through Austen country, but I was a new rider, so my brainwave was I was going to rent a bike in the UK, which is insane, right? Because they drive on the other side of the road from the US. So I was going to ride a motorcycle in a foreign country where they ride on the other side of the road, and I was going to somehow survive on 1 year of riding experience. That was not going to work. So I'm glad that didn't happen. But my idea was I was going to take like A roads and B roads. I think there are B roads, but minor highways, right? I was going to avoid M roads, which are like the equivalent of interstates in the States, right? The big freeways. I was going to stay on the small country highways. And that's doable and relatively safe on a bike or a scooter if you're new to the area, because the speeds are lower. But, it's going to be in the rain. So I was going to do that in 2008, 2009. I even bought this jacket is completely worn out, but I bought a jacket specifically for that trip. A convertible jacket, 2.5 season jacket. So it came with a moisture and warm layer, which you could take off. Yeah, I bought that jacket for that trip. I'd researched hotels and motels along a route that would have taken me from the east to the west. But I never made the airplane reservation. I got my passport. So U.S. passports remain valid for 10 years. So my passport expired in 2018. um, because I had applied for it in 2008, which is when, yeah, I was going to take the trip end of 2008 into 2009. So that's why my passport expired in 2018, because I had gotten it in 2008 for this trip, which never happened. So so wait, how is it that I was able to, like, I recently got my passport again, but I couldn't renew it because it had been expired. But I can't remember what the rule was, but because it had been expired long enough, I had to go through a partial. I had to do half. I had to register like I was getting a new passport, but because I had a pre-existing passport, I could send that in as part of my documentation. So if you're an American and you're trying to get your first passport, you have to provide a lot of documentation. But if you're a previous passport holder, you can send in your past expired passport as your evidence. Um, Otherwise, I would have had to send in my birth certificate, which is from the Philippines, right? I don't have, I can send all that in. I have my naturalization papers, that I have that my naturalization number, my green card number, and the green cards are actually blue, by the way. And then the modern ones, like what my wife had, they are fucking beautiful white plastic cards, very high tech cards, lots of embedded, guilloche patterns and embedded technology in the card itself. Yeah, but green cards haven't been green in a long time. So even when I was a baby, when we came in here, I was a baby. I was like a year and a half old, and I immediately got a green card. And I don't know if I got it the day we arrived, but man, I literally have it's a photocopy, but I know what my green card looked like because my mom or my dad made a photocopy of it. Who knows where the card is? But I literally had a green card as a baby, which just like why would a baby need a green card? Green card is your ability to work. It's like I'm a baby. What am I supposed to do? Yeah, that's crazy. So like I have my original Philippine passport. I have my birth certificate. I have some kind of, I think it's baptismal certificate. At some point my mom handed me all these official documents, and I have them somewhere. Ugh. Got to make sure I know where those papers are. Ugh. I imagine the green cards, the U.S. We're talking about U.S. They're resident alien cards. They're probably still the white. They're not okay. So they're CR80 size. CR80 is a worldwide standard for plastic cards, which is 3.75 inches by 2.125 inches. The number makes more sense in metric, but it's an ISO standard for plastic cards. So one of these sizes is CR80. There are other sizes like CR50, CR90, CR100. So CR80 is the standard credit card size the world over. But they're not made of. Usually those cards are made out of oh, it's not PVC, or is it PVC? They avoid like the more exotic plastics, which for plastic cards it's like PLA is an exotic plastic for a plastic card, but then they get into other kinds of plastics. Well, the green cards are not PVC. They are like some really high temperature resistant plastic compared to PVC cards. Um, and if I remember what my wife's looked like and felt like, it's actually superior to the cards. Like we have Real ID now. So can I show you mine without doxing myself, or do I give a shit? So we have Real ID in the United States. So the Real ID basically are federally approved cards that you can they're state IDs that can be used for federal identification purposes, like international travel. So Real IDs are just fancy driver's licenses. This has got my name on it. What can I hide? I can hide that. Yeah, I can hide that. So I'll just hide my name part. But that this is just really a regular plastic card. It's not fancy, but it is a Real ID card, right? So this can be used as federal ID. Well, we can get a passport card, right? And the passport card is of superior construction. You can tell by the feel of it alone that it is made of a different kind of material. Okay, what do I need to block here so you can't? Yeah, so okay, I'll block my name. You'll be able to see my passport number and my my birthday's public. So this is a passport card. So this is issued by the State Department, and it gives you the like for certain ports of call you can use this. You cannot use it for international travel, except for limited travel to I believe it's Canada and some Latin American countries by ship or by land. But you cannot use this for air travel. But you can tell by the feel that this is better than a PVC card. I don't know what other technology's in it, but you can tell it's different, and it's got more embedded. The fine line patterns on a lot of cards that have security implications are called guilloche patterns. So they're very, very finely detailed line patterns. There's also microtext. If you think one point text is small, microtext is tenths of points in size. So they're really tiny, but they're printed with such accuracy that under a loop or a microscope, you can read them. But to the naked eye, they look like lines. And then there's I think, can you see the effect? There's a hologram effect in there. So you've seen that in a lot of stuff. So that's embedded in the card. So this is way beyond what a state ID card or driver's license is. And so my whole lead into that is that my ex-wife's green card is better than that. It's better than this passport card, which is already better than state ID cards. So those cards are probably like $5 each cards, right? Which is not cheap. Like like a credit card, when they buy credit cards, they buy those in such quantities. They're made of PVC, and they're made in such quantities that the price per card is like 5 cents, right? They're throwaway. They have no value. Like an American Express black card, if it's on plastic, is like a 10-cent card at most. Wait, you are not named Amoyamoyamoya. What's that? Not yet. Not yet. Um, what's funny is I could just start calling myself that and sign my name that way, and it becomes an informal alias, but it has no legal weight. I could start doing that. But I don't feel any pressure to actually change my legal name yet. I mean, there's no point in it. But my name, the names I've chosen are Amoya. My legal name, first name, is also with an A. Nobody knows my middle name, but my middle name has a female equivalent. So if I want, I can. Oh, it's 1 o'clock. Alexa, turn on desk. I can keep my initials with my avowed name, Amoya. That's Finn took Amoyamoyamoya and just called me Amoya, which was my dog's nickname anyway. So he ended up calling me my dog's one of his original nicknames, not the extended one, which is Amoyamoyamoya. So Amoya is my name, and it's what people call me that don't otherwise. Like people from the before time still call me my legal name, but everyone else uses Amoya, and that's going to be my name, and it's my dog's name. It's literally my dog's name. Yeah, Moya. Well, Moya because yeah, and that's my dog's name. Okay, when my wife moved in, she had Amaretto, a white Pomeranian, the dog that introduced me to the Pomeranian breed, and I fell in love with this fucking dog. Oh my God, he's the best psycho dog I've ever had. But his name was Amaretto. And my wife and her sister-in-law, my sister-in-law, her sister, they're twins. They're identical twins, and she lived with us. A few months after my wife moved in, the um the sister joined us, and they were always coming up with nicknames for this poor dog. So Amaretto had Amoya, Amoyamoyamoya, Am, Amo, anything that started AM in some combination became his nickname. So, and the only reason I'm Amoya now is because when I was in Finn's chat, I said I can't use my first initial last name. I look like an idiot. So what name can I use? So I just pulled Amoya out of the air. I hadn't come out yet, right? So I pulled Amoyamoyamoya out of my memory because it's like, why not? And it just became a thing. And then Finn would, because Finn is lazy, he nicknames everybody. So Amoyamoyamoya became Amoya, and that became the name the world knew me as. And then Yuma comes along. Yuma coined Moi Moi, by the way. And then for a while, that was I restricted that to Yuma and Maddie. Um, but now many people use it. And then the Moya thing, that is a peachy thing, but that's also one of Amaretto's old nicknames. My ex-wife and her sister, if there was a way to nickname Amaretto, they did. That poor dog must have had 30 nicknames. That's probably why he was crazy. And they're identical twins. So, they're Russian and they would speak Russian to each other, but I swear sometimes they weren't speaking Russian. It was like some private twin language they had. But they would sub vocalize, they would look at each other. They had that identical twin communication thing that exists, and it's like I have experienced it and it's weird, but they can completely communicate. And they have a lot of nonverbal things. It's just amazing. It's like holy shit, these women. They're like the same person or some shit like that. I don't know. Moi Moi kind of worked. But see, it's a deliberate diminutive. It's Yuma trying to exert power over me by customizing my name to her specification. So it's a power move. She is nicknaming me, but she is taking ownership of the nickname because she's come up with this derivative that doesn't that it spoils the sound of the original name because it's changing the meter of the name, the way you say it. Moi Moi, it doesn't have the same dynamics as Amoya. Moi Moi, Amoya. Moi Moi, Amoya. You can see the similarity, but you don't hear the similarity because they're different. She's exerting power, but it sounds cute. So that gets by your brain, and you don't fight it. And I mean, it's a cute name. So why am I going to fight it? That'd be stupid. And if people like it, people like it, and it's a cool name. It's my dog's name, so it's fine. It's fine. I love that dog. He passed away 2 years ago, but he had a good run. 13 and a half years for a Pomeranian is a good run. He looked awful at the end, though. Oh my God. Awful. I don't know what he died in Miami, and my wife had not vacation. My wife had taken Amaretto back there because we knew he was dying. So they took him back to Miami where he was a puppy. So he got to see the beaches he saw as a puppy, and he got to spend the last 2 weeks of his life with his two moms in the place where he was a puppy. So it was appropriate. So I didn't get to be there when he died, um, and my wife had already come home, so it was my sister-in-law had to deal with him, and he looked awful, like he'd vomited, and so he was dirty, and it's like, oh my God, why couldn't you have cleaned him up a bit? I have those pictures on my phone, and they're if you just looked at them, you'd say, "Why do you have this on your phone?" And it's like, "No, it's Amaretto. I know he looks bad, but that's how he left the world. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay." Yeah, 13 is a long time for a dog, but we had Vision, another dog that my wife she found Vision here in town,
and I think she stole him from a friend of hers or some shit like that. But Vision, we never knew how old he was, but we always thought he was like a year older than Amaretto, and he died a year after Amaretto or 2 years after Amaretto. He died last year, and Amaretto died the year before. Yeah, so he died a year after Amaretto, but he was already at least a year older, so he was 2 years older, so 15. Pomeranians usually get 12 to 16 years, so a Vision had a long life. He didn't look that great at the end either, but he looked better than Amaretto. I had to take him in to get him cremated. My wife, she called me and said, "Oh, I think Vision is. Can you take care of Vision?" So I had to go. Real talk, how's it going? So I went to her apartment to collect Vision, and he was definitely passed away. And my wife, ex-wife, she was getting a little hysterical. It's like, can you make sure he's really gone? It's like, I was gonna say her name. No, he's gone. He's definitely gone. Look, he's actually cold. He's been gone a little while. Don't worry about him. I'll take care of him. And the irony of that was I ended up having to take care of, there were two old Chihuahuas that lived in the house that were my parents' dogs, my mom's dog, and they finally died last year at different times in the year. So I had to take Vision, I think, at the start of last year, and then Camille died a couple months in, and then Grayson finally died. So last year I dealt with three dead dogs. A kitten died in front of the house, so I brought him to the animal care place. And another kitten died in front of the house, and I just buried him locally. So I've had to deal with five dead animals in the last year and a half, and it's like, who is Vision? Vision is one of my dogs from my marriage. All the dogs from my marriage are dead. I had a Chihuahua named Carson because he was rescued from the Carson um, um, dog pound's the wrong word. Um, oh, what the hell are the names of those places? I can't think. But that was the facility in Los Angeles where he was rescued from. And then when my wife moved in with me after we got married, she brought Amaretto, who was, I think, 8 or 9 months at the time. This beautiful white Pomeranian. And then a year after we'd been living together for a year, and by then my sister-in-law was living with us, her sister, her identical twin. They had a friend and they took care of his dog, another Pomeranian named Vision. So we had Carson, Amaretto, and Vision, throughout our marriage. Um, Carson survived the marriage. All the dogs survived the marriage. We were only married 6 years. Carson died in 2018. He was older than all of them. He died in 2018. Amaretto died in 2022. Vision died in 2023. I think that's right, 2023. And then my mom's leftover dogs, Camille and Grayson, died last year. But yeah, so the dogs we had during our marriage are long past. Um, but after I got divorced, so at the end of 2014, I got divorced in 2014. Um, I knew I needed to have a Pomeranian. So I was looking around, and I met a woman on Facebook, and she had a Pomeranian and she wanted to rehome her. Um, so people do this thing where they chart the growth of their puppies. So based on how they chart, they can predict how heavy the puppy's going to be. And so she had determined that she called her Katie then. So my dog that I call Katya, her original name was Katie. By 6 months, she determined that Katie was going to be a bigger Pomeranian than she wanted to have. And her intent was to breed Katie. So if Katie was going to be like a 9-pound Pomeranian, which is way over breed standard for a Pomeranian is 4 to 6 pounds. If you're outside of the breed standard, you can't compete. right? Breed standards are all about conformance contests. So the only people who care about breed standards are people who are competing their dogs or have some elitist attitude about what constitutes a correct version of a given species or breed. But the whole point of breed standards is for competition. So if you want a competition quality palm breed standard, it has to be between 4 and 6 years old. It has to have a certain gait. It has to have a certain posture. It has all these things, right, to conform to the breed standard. Any animal of any given breed that's outside of the breed standard is called pet quality. So Katie was going to be pet quality, and she didn't want that. So she was going to rehome her dog because she was going to be a pet quality palm, not a competition quality palm. So I bought Katie off her um, at 6 months. So I did not know Katya as a puppy, but 6 months is still a puppy. But I didn't know her as like a 1 month old. Um, so Katya is gonna she turned 10 last August, so she turns 11 this August, and then my mom and my brother would just buy dogs, and so in addition to her remaining Chihuahuas, they bought a Pomeranian who was Coco, the white dog you see, and then they bought two more dogs, Lucky and then Lee. Lee is a dog that my brother and my dad would let out of the house. So Lee ran away 3 times, and the fourth time she ran away and was gone so long, I just didn't bother looking because I knew I wasn't going to find her. But Coco became injured because of negligence, and so I took over ownership of Coco because he was going to die otherwise. Um, so Coco lives with me, and then Lucky was the after Camille and Grayson kind of died. Lucky was left alone, and when I had to put my dad in the care home, Lucky was literally alone except for the mice, and I think she was I think she was traumatized by being around mice, but she was alone downstairs for I think 2 weeks, 3 weeks, because we put my dad in the care home, and then Lucky was alone for a while until she finally came around to joining me. And so now Lucky lives upstairs here with the other dogs. So now she has a little pack. But I think she's really lonely because she's always wagging her tail like she's eternally happy to be here, and she's always coming up against me because she wants attention, and she's also very shy of being. It looks like she thinks I'm going to spank her. She reacts funny, so I think she might have been mistreated by my brother and my dad, or she wasn't shown enough physical affection, so she doesn't understand it. So, you know, Coco and Katya and I have been together long enough that we kind of know each other's mannerisms. Katya, especially since she and I have been together longer. But Lucky doesn't know any of them. So Lucky is kind of really the odd girl out. She'll come around. I mean, I think she's about 6, but she's my dog now. So, she's got a life sentence with me. So she's going to Pittsburgh. So I'm going to have the same problem in Pittsburgh that I'm having here, where I have to find an apartment that will let me have 3 dogs. In Vegas, if a place, there's lots of places that are pet friendly, but they usually limit you to 2. They'll have breed limitations, they'll have weight limitations, they'll have quantity limitations, sometimes all 3. So finding an apartment that will let me have 3 dogs is a problem. So I was going to rent a house, and as it happens, you can find houses that are not much more expensive than the larger apartments, right? So I can get a 2-3 bedroom house for $1,700 to $800, $1,800 a month. I can, for that much money in an apartment, I can get a really good apartment, but I'll be limited to 2 dogs. So when I move to Pittsburgh, I'll have to find a place. If I can find a home rental, then I'll have the freedom to have as many dogs as I want. And I've already seen, I use Zillow to check some neighborhoods and look at places, and there are a few $100s. Um, they're a few $100s cheaper there compared to here. So I think I'll be able to find a rental house there for $1,700 or less. So that might be doable for quite a while, because guessing at how much money I'm going to have when I leave here, I should have at least, I might have 2 years worth of money there if I don't work. But obviously I'm going to try to find a job as soon as I'm settled in, you know, because I want to make as much money as I could to offset, you know, to supplement what's in the bank. But we'll see what happens. I don't want to think too hard about that, because there's too much variability there. I need to get myself to Pittsburgh, and then I will figure out the rest, because it would be the same thing anywhere I went, right? And Pittsburgh is not a very large city, but it's large enough. I think the population there is like 300,000-400,000 people, which is a small city by my reckoning, but it should be a good number of jobs in there. Who knows? We'll see. We'll see. I'm not thinking too hard about it. I mean, I don't have a what is it? A parachute. I mean, when the money runs out, I'm kind of fucked. But my friend might help me, but it'll be harder if I'm physically in Pittsburgh compared to if I was here and I needed help. But we'll see. I mean, if you're afraid of shit like that, you shouldn't do it. And I think it's worth it to do it, because it'll be more fun. It'll be different. God, I just can't imagine what it's going to be like. It's weird. I've said this before. Like Pittsburgh, especially from in December, it's like Pittsburgh felt like San Francisco. It had a weird vibe that I've experienced in San Francisco, because it got about the same amount of cold, and it not the same smells, but it had like kind of the same dynamic going. I don't know if any of you have been in San Francisco at all, but that's a really interesting town. I've been in New York once. I've been to Washington D.C. once as a kid. I lived in San Francisco for a while as a kid, and also as an adult after college. Um, I've been to Chicago a couple times. They're all interesting towns. Holy shit. The energies are just so different. Chicago feels like a gigantic fucking suburb. Chicago is like LA. It's like you've got the tiny downtown that is Chicago proper. Then it's surrounded by all these suburbs. That's LA. The difference is Chicago is that little bit that's right next to Lake Michigan, and then all the towns radiate around it, but they don't radiate into Lake Michigan. But LA is a tiny little bit at the confluence of the 10 and the 5 and the 101 freeways. And everything else, not LA, is around LA, in all directions, concentric rings around LA. San Francisco is just San Francisco. The suburbs to San Francisco are to the south and the east, across the bay in Oakland, north to like Novato and Marin, and then south to San Jose. But San Francisco is the whole fucking peninsula, like that thumb, the tip of the dick that forms the San Francisco peninsula. That's all San Francisco. They don't have suburbs per se. Well, South San Francisco, I guess, is a suburb. So is Colma. So is Pacific. Okay, there's tons of suburbs in San Francisco. I'm wrong. The names are coming back. San Francisco is an interesting town. I grew up a little bit there. We would fly up during summer. My parents would fly us up there to get me and my brother, out of their hair. So we would live with our grandparents for the summer. 2 months in the summer. That was our camp. We didn't go to camp. We went to San Francisco. So I would go downtown on the fucking San Francisco trolley cars, on my own. Right? I would walk up the street. They lived on Sunset District near Taraval Station, if you guys know San Francisco at all. So that's like the subway came out of a thing called West Portal. That was the name of that actual neighborhood, and it was literally the West Portal of the subway. That's what the name came from. And the street that it comes down on is a shopping area, and then neighborhoods radiate around from there. But one of the streets near there is Taraval. If you take Taraval, it passes by the numbered street that my grandparents' house was on. So West Portal and Taraval is enough for you to like triangulate what neighborhood that is. But I would walk a few blocks up from their house, up Taraval, ended up down near West Portal, got on the fucking, the platform, got on. No adult gave a shit. I just paid my fare. I got on, and then I rode all the way downtown to the fucking, oh, what was it? It was like a little electronics store, like a Radio Shack, but not Radio Shack. And I bought speakers there, little electronic parts, bought candy, and then got back on the subway and went back home. I was like 8 years old. 8 years old, 76, 77, 78. 8 to 10 years old. I'm on my own downtown. You could do that. You could do that. Now adults are afraid to do that. I'm a little kid just walking around freaking San Francisco. Man, do that now, you'd be instantaneously kidnapped. You could be like 30 years old and get kidnapped. I was like a 10-year-old. No one gave a shit. What's your favorite place you've been to? Pittsburgh. Because Maddie's there. It's no exaggeration when I say Maddie's like my favorite person. But before meeting Maddie, my favorite place probably would have been Maui, Hawaii. Hawaii, the state, Maui, the island, Kahului, the town. No, not Kahului. That's where the airport is. Kihei on the southwestern coast of Maui. I love Maui. Oh my God. I've been to Oahu, which is the main island, and Hawaii, the big island. Um, but I've been to Maui a couple times. I've been to the top of Halikala. The two volcanoes make up Maui. So the head is one volcano, and then the bust, the chest, is the other volcano, and that's Halikala. Haleakala, Haleakala. Um, that was cool because my friend and I we flew out there. We drove up before dawn, so we watched the sun rise. Um, that was very cool. And then our friend, she came up with her family, and so we joined up with them. Had free dinner, and then they came separately, but we timed our visit to coincide with theirs. So that was kind of cool. Um, I haven't seen those people in like 30 years. Holy shit. But Maui, oh my God, we did the road to Hana Highway. So if anyone knows Maui, like one of the things you do there is one, you go to Halikala, you go to the top of their volcano. And the other thing you do there is you take the Hana Highway down to whatever the fuck it is at the end of the Hana Highway. I already forget. But you can't drive around Maui unless you have a 4x4. But Hana Highway is paved up to a certain point, and at the end is just a little shit town, and then you turn around and you go home. But it's very remote. It's kind of cool. You're in a like a rainforest situation, and it's just so beautiful. Holy shit, it's so green. Because the northeastern side of Maui is the windward side, so it gets all the wind and all the rain, and it's wet. The lee side, the southwestern side, where Kihei is, and what's the name of the place that burned up recently? That's all on the lee side of Maui, so that's dry. So it's brown and parched on that side, but on the northeastern side, it's wet and green. Um, Hawaii Island is kind of the same way. Where do you really want to go to once? I'd like to go to the UK because I wanted to go to the UK 16 years ago, was it? And I only wanted to go there because I wanted to see the things that are talked about in Jane Austen books, which don't include like the Midlands where Finn is at. And Femboy UK is also in the Midlands. He's not from the Midlands, but he's going to school in the Midlands. So ironically, I want to go to the UK for Jane Austen reasons, which are in the south of England, but the people that I could actually meet there, like I want to meet Barbie, the Finn's assistant, one of Finn's mods. I want to meet Barbie. She and I became friends because we could only talk to each other because we were both NDA'd. So I want to go to the UK. I want to meet Barbie. Um, Femboy, Jay will probably refuse, but I tell him, hey, I'm gonna be in Birmingham. You want me to drive up and meet you? He probably will. Oh no, he won't even answer. He'll probably ghost me. And I want to cash in my mod ticket with Finn and have him buy me free dinner. You want to move to the U.S.? Why? Well, I take that back. There's lots of places in the U.S. that are incredibly beautiful places to live in because of the natural world around it. So I'm almost automatically excluding the cities, but even the larger cities have many interesting things about them. So if you are a city person, you want to be in New York. Um, Not so much Chicago. I totally understand that whole second city thing about Chicago, but if you're a city person, man, New York is the place to be. If you want the Western interpretation of that, San Francisco, because Los Angeles technically has a downtown, but nobody lives there. LA is about everywhere else in around LA except LA itself, right? You talk about LA, you're at the beach. You talk about Hollywood, you're west of downtown. You talk about the west side, well, that's not LA either. Everything people want to do in LA is not in LA. It's in a suburb of LA, but not LA itself. And that is the great irony. Nothing actually happens in LA. It's everywhere else in the sub in the southern the LA basin is where things happen in LA. Like Disneyland, people will say Disneyland is in LA. Well, technically it's in Orange County, so it's not in LA. It's not even in LA County. It's in Orange County near Anaheim, but people will still say Los Angeles and Disneyland. But Disneyland, not in LA. Magic Mountain, not in LA. West Side, you want to go to Santa Monica Pier? Not in LA. You want to go to Huntington Beach Pier? Not in LA. Everything is not in LA. Hollywood is not in LA. You can see it from downtown, but it's not in LA. Oh man. Dodger Stadium, not in LA. MacArthur Park is in LA. That's a cool place. What's the name of that one deli? Oh, it's right by MacArthur Park. It's really good. What the heck? I can't remember. I've been gone too long. I've been gone too long. But man, if you're into like natural beauty, there's so many places in the West. I don't know enough about the eastern part of the country to talk intelligently about what's there, but Maddie has talked about the Appalachian Trail. The West has the Pacific Coast Trail, same concept, but radically different terrains. But same idea, right? It's 1,000-mile hikes. No joke, 1,000-mile hikes. Central, um, yeah, actually, and what's interesting is within LA proper, like almost literally behind City Hall of LA, is Little Tokyo, and the largest concentration of homeless people, at least when I used to live in LA, was near Little Tokyo, and Little Tokyo had a lot of money invested in it, so it was very fancy and modern and rich, and right next to it would be Skid Row. Um, and that's probably changed now because I've been out of LA for a long time, but the homeless problem in LA is actually all over now because there's just so many more homeless people. But back in the 80s and 90s, that was it. That was where it was concentrated. And I forget the name of the one facility where a lot of the homeless people would go for help, and it was right. If you were in little, like I would go to Little Tokyo, my brother and I, because we would go to Books Kinokuniya. We would go to there was this one supermarket we go to there, where we would get like you couldn't buy Japanese anime videotapes because nobody was importing them. So the way we watched Japanese anime is we would go to this supermarket because they had videotapes that people made off the air in Tokyo, and they brought the videotapes over and they would rent those to the expat Japanese so they could watch Japanese TV shows that somebody just recorded on a VHS tape. So we were watching Urusei Yatsura episodes from off the air recordings on homemade videotapes. And it was, and then my brother, he found out he could special order stuff from Books Kinokuniya. Um, so he could special order manga and even videotapes, because back then nobody was importing that stuff. It was hard to find anime content. It was there. You could get anime stuff, you could get manga if you knew where to look, or you knew a guy that would order stuff for you. It wasn't regular business yet. No, this is early 80s. So like what you guys see now with how prevalent Japanese animation is in the US culture, it's 1,000 times more common than in the 80s, even more than that. You guys can get Japanese anime here at the drop of a hat, and people know Japanese anime characters as well as I knew Elmer Fudd and Bugs Bunny when I was growing up. Back in the 80s, that was not the case. It was, if you wanted to find anime content, you had to find it on your own. And then Carl and Masek came out with Robotech, which was a bastardization of like 4 different Harmony Gold titles. And I'll admit it, I got into some of the Japanese anime because of that, but I was already consuming it because my brother had found this source where we would just go there to fucking pick these videotapes. I swear they were handwritten videotapes. Man, those are the days. I wonder if that store is even still there. But there's no need for those bootleg tapes anymore because you can get all the Japanese anime content you want. Is that why they left? There are other places to go in LA where the homeless population is manageable, but I don't know where in LA they lived. So, oh, you know what? If I want to make an unwarranted assumption, because they are young people, I would assume they were on the west side somewhere. They might also be. Well, they were probably in one of the coastal communities. The west side is interesting because the west side is where Santa Monica is, and if you go up and down, so you've probably seen like videotape or on movies of Santa Monica, and it's always Muscle Beach or whatever the fuck that's called, and people are on roller skates. You got the weightlifters. That's all true. That's not manufactured. That actually happens. Um,
Uh-oh. Can you hear me? I can't get this to work. This is the second microphone. What was I saying before the mic cut out? Why isn't this thing? Let me. I'll try to wake this up. But I'm using the microphone on the camera right now. TX1 connection lost. Let me see if I can get it back. This is good training because I've not used these mics before today. TX1 connection lost. So I'm trying to get it to where. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello, hello. Something is going on. It's not linking up. I think it cut out on the time you mentioned why the two main reasons. Oh wow, you missed a lot. I was talking about Santa Monica. So you've probably seen a lot of on TV shows and movies about Muscle Beach and Santa Monica where the people work out. So there's that. It's like one sweeping street. There's like t-shirt shops and whatever on this side, and then the sidewalk full of people with people roller skating, fully dressed, bikinis, and then a place people, weightlifter dudes have weight sets and they're working out, and then there's beach. That's real. You can go to Santa Monica and see that every day. That's not a movie set. That's not staged. That's that actually happens, and but you go 2 blocks east of that, 3 blocks east of that, and at least in the 90s and in the early 2000s, you could run into homeless people. You could run into, poverty. But I think the development is such that they've been pushed out, and so the homeless just moved to different parts of the city, which is how that works for them. Why is it flashing red? So I'm trying to figure out why it's doing this. So this is the one I haven't been using, so it should be charged. At least I think it should be. Wait, which one is 1? Hello. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello. Oh, this is 2? Oh, wow. I literally don't know which one is which. No, I've just been yapping so long, I ran it down. I was saying earlier that these things are good for like 5 or 6 hours, so I just proved it. Okay, so my problem now is, real talk. I'm totally not surprised by that. Oh, here we go. I think it's back. I think we're back. Hang on. Hello, hello, hello. I'm gonna mute the camera. No boobies. Can you hear me? Hello, testing. So I think I was trying to get the discharged one to work, not realizing I'd mixed them up. So the one with the weak battery is this one. Oh, where is my? Oh, I have a pen that writes white ink. I need to mark these mics. Did you know Vermont, of all places, is the second worst? Really? I would not expect that. I think a friend of mine actually went to university in Vermont. Or was it New Hampshire? No, the problem with California is they just have too many things that they have to spend money on. Too many unfunded mandates. Things that the voters get to vote on, but they don't have. The legislation is incomplete. They don't have. And I think the U.S. Congress actually works differently here, where there has to be an established funding stream before before the bill can proceed. But in California, like in many states, they have unfunded mandates where the people can vote on shit. So it's democratic in that sense, but it's also disconnected from reality because, okay, the people can vote, so it represents the will of the people. The problem is the people are not being asked to
to make a decision about where the money comes from. So it's like it's not a nice way of doing business, because you're just gonna F yourself. I don't know, we've got a bunch of billionaires in this country that could solve the homeless problem comprehensively using a fraction of their wealth. And yet you don't see that happening. So, that there's that, right? And there's one particular billionaire that could do it without suffering. And then there's another billionaire behind him that could do it without suffering. So, we have a solution, but it's not a solution that capitalists like. Because apparently it's important that someone have billions upon billions upon billions of dollars, even though can one of these rich people live on a mere 10 million a year? Or do they need a whole billion? Okay, so they need a billion to live. How many billions do they have left over? Hundreds of billions? Can we have one of those? It's easy for me to say, but I mean, if I had that kind of wealth, I know what I'd be spending on. One, I would establish animal sanctuaries all over the fucking country so that homeless animals that don't get, care have a place to go. And then two, I would solve the human homeless problem. And then three, I would fund free healthcare. But, that's just me spending money somebody else made. And of course, that person earned every cent of that right through the sweat of his brow. Whatever. I mean, I get it. These guys work for their money, so they've earned it in a way. They've created the situation that made them this wealthy. But it's like, seriously, past a certain amount of money, how much money do you need to accumulate? What game are you playing where it's important that you get? If you have 1 billion, doesn't that cover all your monetary needs for the rest of your life? Okay, you've got 10 billion. Okay. So now you're 10 times more removed than the guy that was only making $1 billion. But if you got $100 billion, why can't you give $90 billion of that back to society? You can't make a company that could find a way to spend your money? Now, admittedly, some of that money is not liquid, right? It's stock value. It's stuff that they don't realize unless they sell. But banks will loan money based on stuff like that. I mean, the money can be found. It's there. I don't know. I think that people that are rich enough can make this shit happen. Maybe I'm not going to demand it of a mere 100 millionaire. But if you're a billionaire, if you're self-made, so presumably you have business concerns that keep that amount growing, I should think you have funds to spare for other people. Maybe you only benefit the people in the state you live in. Okay, that's still something. Or maybe you establish a company that finds the 100,000 families in the country that need it the most. The million families in the country that need it the most. There's 400 million people in the United States. How many families is that? I don't know. The money's there. We just don't want to spend it because it's in the pocket of 10 guys. They could solve so many problems with that money, and they would still be rich at the end of the year. Some of these billionaires could spend 90% of their wealth on public benefit corporations, doing actual good for actual people. But I don't know. I guess they have to have $100 billion. Mark Cuban kind of has his heart in the right place, but he's kind of got the right idea. Definitely more than other people. I'm a big Amazon junkie, obviously, and that guy, Bezos, he could afford to donate some money. I mean, his wife, she's given away all her wealth. She's still a rich woman. She's gonna die a rich woman. She's given away all her wealth. She'll be fine. Bezos could do the same thing. How many yachts does he need? Oh man. I get it. It's their money. They earned it. They built the thing that made the fortune, but what can you do something with it? I mean, the robber barons of the you know in early U.S. history, they were accumulating fabulous wealth, but they did end up spending it on museums and educational institutions. They were still self-interested, but they did spend some money for the public good that actually did the public some good. But we don't have that anymore. We don't have that anymore. And arguably the people here that are rich are richer and they can afford to spend more of it, but they don't. I don't get it. I'm not that rich, so I don't understand it. That's probably it. I don't understand it. I'm not rich enough to understand why having 100 billion isn't enough, and that 100 billion isn't enough for me to help other people. Fuck, if I had $100 billion, like no kid would be hungry. Every kid would go to college. Every kid would, what am I saying? No kid would go hungry. Every kid would go to college. Every kid would have health care. And I'd probably have, millions left over. So, okay, it just goes to older people. Now I'm benefiting teenagers. How many can I get to young adults? How rich am I? Can I get to young adults? I'd spread the fucking wealth. I'd make sure I'm still making money. But maybe it doesn't work that way. Because again, I'm not that rich. I don't know how that works. I did not build a billion-dollar company, so how would I know? How did we get on this shit? I don't like talking about shit like this. This is too real. You know what I sell to you guys is not a fantasy. I sell a version of reality. So if you see me commenting in chat, it's silly things that don't really matter because I'm not trying, you know what? I'm trying to run away from my own life, right? That's my motivation. That's been my motivation to do all this stuff. I was, I've been trying to find an outlet and a place to run away to get away from my IRL problems. So it's only because my situation is as shitty as it is that I found myself searching out Finn's content and then becoming a member of his community and then becoming a mod and then making a name and then spreading that out to other people. It's all because I was trying to run away from reality. It's a strong motivator, right? So now when my reality is getting better, what does that mean? Does that mean I pull away? Does it mean I disappear? I don't know. It means I have to go back to work, which means I have less time for this. I don't know. We'll see. It's just everything's new. Even Finn he's not streaming. Maddie is talking about how she needs to pull back a little. That's fine. Everyone is finding, everyone has to, everyone is evolving to something new and hopefully better. So everything's got to change. Nothing can stay the same. Part of Maddie, okay, sorry about that. Maddie is a perfectionist on some fronts. And I know I've talked to her about it, and you can't talk people that are wired that way out of that, because that behavior is dyed in the wool. So you can't really say, Maddie, you really shouldn't worry about that. Maddie, you really shouldn't be such a perfectionist. You cannot talk them out of it. You just have to accept it and work around it, work with it. Because it's not something to fix. Right? They're not sick. They're just being them. They're doing what their brain is wired to do. So you don't encourage it, but you try to embrace it in the way you can and try to redirect it. So Maddie worries about the quality of her performance. That's fair. She feels she's entertaining you guys. So She feels responsibility for it. Look at Soko. She plans ahead. She wants to have a full menu going into a stream. These two have made it so obvious how they want to provide a good product for you guys. And it turns out Peachy does the same thing. She just wasn't as explicit about it. But everyone's got to change though, right? The one constant in life is change. So they have to find something new to do, and sometimes finding something new to do means stopping what they're doing, because that new thing make precludes the other thing from happening, which is it's life, right? And the younger they are, I think the more they're gonna encounter that, because they're hitting those obstacles that they're gonna hit just by growing up and participating in life. So Cow and Peachy are like 21 and 22, something like that. Blossom is 22. You know, comparatively, Soko and Maddie are really old at 27 and 29. You know, but like Maddie is in a good spot. She's very successful for a person her age to already have a house. To be able to pay it off with money on hand, that's a pretty amazing accomplishment. Um, she's kind of at the age where you're kind of wanting to look at something to do, something else to do. Is Ashley 27? I thought she was only a year older than Finn. Finn is 25 on April 1st, April 20th, April 21st, 20th. I think Finn is April 20th. I should know that, but I don't. Although Pearby's birthday was yesterday, I believe. 16th or 15th. For some reason, I have Pearby's birthday in my contact list. I'll look it up. It'll be in there. And I don't know when I did that, but I know I do that. When I learn people's birthdays, I put them on my calendar. Pearby's 25th birthday, January 15th. Wait, fuck. She's born the same year as Finn. I never made that connection. So Finn should be in here. Let me look on the 20th. Jude, Finn, Finster, April 21st. Soko? Soko? Oh, actually, let me look in my contacts. I don't know if I have her birthday. Soko. Okay, I have her. Oh crap! What is she under? Do I have her under the real name or the assumed name? Let me look under the real name. I think it's up, low, down, up. Who the hell is that? I forgot how to spell her last name. Shit. Oh, I have her under Soren. Okay, there you go. Birthday, June 3rd, 1997. June 3rd, 1997. June 4th is my wife and ex-sister-in-law's birthday. Okay. And June 6th, D-Day is Maddie's. Oh, so that's interesting. So Soko, Maddie, and my wives are all in June, early part of June. Who else do I have in here? Do I have Aster? I do not. I think I have Nano's in here. Nano is definitely in here. May 26th, 1997. May, June. So she's only a couple days older than Soren. Well, that's interesting. That is interesting. May 26th is Nano. And Soko follows. What did I say? Soko is June 3rd? So May has 31 days, so 8 days. A little over. Nano is a little over, just over a week older than Soko. And you know what's funny is, okay, some people would say what I'm doing is I'm doxing or I'm being creep, and it's like, yeah, I guess, but if their birthdays are public knowledge and I just happen to collect their birthdays in one place and compare them, how is that weird? That's like accusing someone that's got a phone book. It's like, how do you know their names? How do you know where they live? Because the fucking phone book has their name and their fucking address. Shit, who else do I have in here? I'm just going to start at the A's and work my way down. I have 3 Andrews and 2 Anthonys. I hope these people are different people. Next door neighbor at Los... What? Where the fuck is this? My note says that this person is a next door neighbor at, and then it's the name of the place. It's like, when did I live there? Holy shit. Okay. Okay, this dude was a Navy pilot. Rotary wing, not fixed wing. That was kind of cool. He had really cool stories to tell. Holy shit. Okay, here's Soko. Stacy. Wait. Wait. Who is Bella? Who is Bella? I don't know who this is. Jesus Christ, I need to go through this. Oh, I know who this is. Holy shit. Oh no, that's not who I thought it was. Okay, this is a masseuse. Why is she in here? There's gonna be somebody famous in here. I mean, if I keep at it, I'm gonna find someone famous. Rhea. Do I have her birthday down in here? October 8th, 2001. October 8th, 2001. What? Wait, what? It can't be 2001. She's 23. She's 22. My math is not mathin'. Peachy's 22, isn't she? That means she's a 2003 baby. Why do I have 2001 here? Correction. ...2003... No, she's 22 now, so she's 2002. Okay, I was off by a year. I have no idea who this is. Holy shit. 702 area code, so in town somewhere, but who? Oh my god. Who are these people? Are these porn people? Oh my god, that's a car camping person. That goes back 25 years. Okay, that person has passed away. Oh god, this person has to be passed away by now. This guy, okay, this person is definitely, oh my god. I gotta go through this thing. That was when I learned I and Bernie share. Bernie as in, okay. Prawn people, prawn people. Yeah, I don't think it's, I'm pretty sure Peachy is 22. That means she's a 2002 baby. Because she hasn't had her birthday yet. Her birthday is late in the year. What did I say? October 8th? So she's a month after me. Yume is, I believe, her birthday is September 22nd. And I'm September 2nd. So Yume and I are in the same... I assume she's a Virgo like me. I don't know. I don't know how the dates break down for the astrological signs. But I assume she's a Virgo. What's interesting is her... Oh, I can't remember if it's her pre-transition middle name or her current middle name. But our middle names are similar. It's weird. These aren't coincidences per se, but it's interesting that you know we're sharing some things like this. But I mean, if you meet enough people, you're gonna run into people that have the same 24th of August. Yeah, but you're before me. Yeah, and it might cut off before it gets to Yume. It's funny. Yume's name is Paula, right? Paula Schultz. But because I learned her name as Yume, I can't think of her as anything. It's like with Soko and Soren. I can't say Soren with any regularity because I just think I have been on long enough that Claire the Maid has come back live again. What the fuck? That is so funny. Virgo dates. August 23rd to September 22nd. Whoa, she's right at the cusp. Oh shit. How interesting. How funny. How funny. That is funny. Not funny, haha, funny, like suspicious. But yeah, like Soren, I have a hard time remembering, and partly to me, I've only known Soren as a man's name, so it's like to apply it to Soko is like for me it requires like a conscious thought. Yeah, Nitz, I don't know what's going on. I was supposed to end at 4 hours, but I'm like pushing six. I've hit 6 hours. I was supposed to stop at 5. No one is leaving. My viewer count has been it went down to 5, but it's back up to 10. Oh my God, we could raid Claire. Shit, that's a good idea, Jens. That is a great idea. Hang on, let me call up his stream. That is so funny. Claire the Maid. Why is he streaming so early? Oh, his friend's back. Okay, we're fucking raiding him.
I'm scared. Probably like cut myself.
He's got like 4 people in
Probably
there.
cut myself. And like not intentionally.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we're raiding Claire. Just another short Amoyamoya. Yeah, exactly. And we're not going 10 hours. Not today. Not today.
I've seen like there was an artist that made
Ooh, excuse me.
concept art based on vegetation.
You know what's funny?
I think like someone made a Shiba Inu out of like alpha cabbage. It was really
When a bunch of us left the Stream Talk channel in the FinCord to start a secret Discord, someone told me that I stream, and they didn't have a particular. They just said I should stream, and my response was, I don't have anything to talk about. And they just said stuff about, well, you should just talk about what your interests are. And it's like, that's kind of what I'm doing now. So I'm actually doing what they suggested that I was sure was not going to work.
We're making gyoza today. So, never made gyoza before.
Wait, they're not ending, are they? They can't be ending. You're just starting.
The assistant slash artist
Oh,
slash
you know what's funny is my local speaker's turn.
slash minion slash cook. So be able to do everything.
No,
I'm just here to eat.
Real talk. Lots of people have lots to talk about, but what the problem is they either don't want to talk about it or they're bad at talking about it.
I know I cost less, but
Most people are very interested,
I play to my advantage.
right? Even the people you think aren't.
I don't want to do it.
Almost literally everybody has got a story to tell. It's just lots of people are very bad at it, and some people are shy.
I know.
Some people are unwilling. So that's what it is. Like I could get up on stage and talk. I don't have a problem. I don't have a problem with stage fright, right? For a lot of people, that's suicide. But I can do it. I've done it. I wasn't an MC. I coordinated a show, and we had stage. It was a stage production, and since I was in charge of it, I had to make announcements during and after, and I just walked out there. Now the crowd was quote unquote friendly. It was fellow students and parents of students, but But for some people, public speaking, even in the classroom environment, is fucking impossible, and I'm okay with it. But there's some people that can yap that can't do that. Femboy UKJ might be like that because he's good in his stream, but if you get him IRL, he seems very awkward.
Shove it straight into the bowl.
I too like to grab my meat and shove
Gotta
it.
marinate it, stroke it a bit.
I gotta marinate.
Is this Karai's? Is this his? This is his apartment, right? I'm assuming it's his apartment. They did a cooking stream like 2 streams ago, but it was mistitled something else. Oh my God, Cuddle Bear. Cuddle Bear is awake. Is he East Coast? It's 5 o'clock in the East. What the fuck? Yeah, but anyway, let me it's 2 a.m. I should try to get some sleep. I'm pretty sure there's something I wanted to do today in the morning, so that's not gonna happen because I'm not gonna wake up for like 5 hours.
I'm trying to figure it out. Hold on.
Yeah, let me send you guys over, and you can go say hi to Claire. Finboy is also awkward on stream. Yeah, but at least he's alone and he's not subject to people. Jay's got a problem with people. But anyways, thanks for hanging out. 3 hours longer than necessary. Given that it should have ended at 3 hours and then I extended it to 4 and then it became 5 and now it's 6. It's like, oh my God, I'm a horrible streamer. I can't even stay on. I have no agenda. I have no plan. I can still do this. Holy shit. I don't know if that's bad or good. But anyway, let me send you guys over. And again, thanks for sticking around. If I get the hard drives tomorrow, I might stream tomorrow night, but I might be too tired from the day. But Maddie's not streaming tonight, Friday night, so tonight would be a good night. Soko streams on, wait, what's today, Thursday? Oh my God, I didn't take my meds today. Soko usually streams on Saturday, but I don't know. We'll see. I'll squeeze in the, if I can do the hard drives tomorrow, I will, or tonight, Friday night. But if I can't make it happen, I'll probably have to stream on like Tuesday or some shit like that. I'll try to find out from Maddie what her streaming schedule is, because Blossom is there now, or will be there today. So that's going to mess up her schedule. But we'll figure that out. I mean, I'm pretty sure I got 2 more streams left out of this NAS build, but you never know. I might end up having all the parts in, and maybe I can combine those 2 into 1 stream. But we'll see. So anyway, thanks a lot. I will talk to you guys later, and go say hi to Claire. Okay, how do I do this? /raid Claire. Oh, helps if I type it right. Claire the maid. This channel has follower or subscriber only chat. Oh, so some of you guys might get rejected. Are all you guys followers? Okay, I'm sending you guys over. All right, thanks a lot. I will talk to you guys later.
So let's see, what is the stuff that we done just so we
I'll tell you what to do. You're my lucky today.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna restart the stream.
Actually, I'll tell you what.
Oh, Amoya.
I'm gonna restart the stream. Oh, Amoya, oh my God. Hello. Hello.
Wait, how's the audio? I need to know. How is it? How's it like
Wait, how's the audio? I need to know. How is audio? Is it like very double-ish?
Maybe I'll take mine. I'll turn mine off.
Maybe I'll just use one. Yeah, I'll just use one.
Have you turn this on? This button, right?
Yeah, let's hold it.
Okay.